Hi, and welcome to this course. This course is going to be a Django tutorial where we learn Django by building a social media web app. If you're a beginner and you're just getting started with Django, you can take this course because I'm going to be explaining every single thing I'm going to do. And I'm going to start by introducing to you what Django is, why you should even use it. So if you're a beginner, then this course is definitely for you. And if you're also familiar with Django and you just want to build a social media project like as a side project or something, then go for it. Now I have some free resources like a Django roadmap, a Python data structure cheat sheet, a Django cheat sheet, and plenty more free resources in which I compiled into a PDF, and you can download that PDF for free using the link in the description below. And if you like more tutorials like this, you can also check out my own channel at Code with Tomi where I teach more on Python and web development in general. Now having all this said, let's dive straight into this video. So now let me show you around everything we're going to be building in this project. So this is the end product of this project. So as you can see, we have a feed. So this is just a post feed where we see the posts of the users that we are following. And then once we have this, we also implemented a feature which can allow us to like a user's post. You can just click on the button and now you see it says liked by one person. So now we can also click on the button again and no likes, so we can like and unlike a post. We can also click on the name on that post and then it takes us to the profile page of that post. So now in this profile page we can see the profile image, the username, the bio, the amount of posts this user have, the followers, and the following. So now if we unfollow this user, we'll see now that this user has 0 follower. Let's follow him back just to support him. Now he has 1 follower. So we added these followers and following feature because what's a social media without the followers and following feature? And now after that, right here we can just see a list of all the posts the users have, and we can click on it. And once we click on one, we'll be able to scroll through all the images of all the posts the user have easily. Now we can come back to the home, and as you can see, we right here we have these users you can follow. So we did a little bit of suggestion field here. The currently logged in user will make sure that the users that has been suggested are not people that is following already. That's so right now if we click on view user, you see that we are not following this user. That's why it was being suggested. And this is a brand new user. He has no post, no follower, no following. So if we follow this user right now, he has 1 follower, and we go back to the home, you see that that user is not suggested again. Now that's because we already follow that user, so we can't be suggesting someone that you already follow. Now after that, we also added a feature which will allow us to upload pictures. So we can just choose the picture, write the caption, hit upload, and then the people that are following us will be able to see our latest post. And we also have this account settings feature. For that, the first thing we did in this project was to do the user authentication, where a user can sign into our platform and register on our platform, which is very important. And also when it's logged in, it can log out. So if I log out right now, you'll see that we have this login. So I can just log in since it's already auto filled. And now we have that, and we come here and we can click on account settings, and right here we can change our profile image, our bio, our location, and everything we need to change. Press cancel, it just takes us back. And we also have this search function, which is also key. So we know we have a user that is named Jasper, so let's come here and just say Jazz, and let's search. You see that it gives us Jasper, gives us his location LA and his bio. If we click on Jasper, we can see his page. This is also a brand new user. So this is basically what we're going to be building. And note that you can add a lot of features that you want to add yourself also, because after this project, the main purpose of this project is to introduce you to things you can do with Django. So I hope that after this course you will be comfortable with Django and you can take what you learn from this course into your own project to build your own project or even enhance this project that we're building. Having all this said, I also want to say that the source code to this project where you can get the template file. So as you can see, we are using a template for this project, where you can get the template file we used and the whole source code to everything we coded. I'm going to have a GitHub link to the source code, and you can just easily get the template file and full and code along, and you can just get the source code also. So if you are stuck somewhere, you can just easily check that out. So for the beginners taking this tutorial, I'm just going to quickly give a brief introduction to Django. So what exactly is Django? Django is a Python web framework. Now what I mean by that is that using Django, you can build web applications with the Python programming language. Now if you recently learned Python or you know Python already and you are looking to go into the web development field, then Django is a good choice for you. Now there are various reasons why companies and developers choose to use Django. Some of these reasons are because Django is fast, there's a large community, Django provides the security to your application, Django is also very scalable. Now these are just few of the reasons why developers choose to use Django. But one key one is that Django has a very large community. Now this is important so that when you encounter an error or when you're stuck on something, you can easily search that error and there's probability that someone has already solved it for you online, maybe on Stack Overflow or something. Now this is very important so that you can easily fix your bugs or fix your errors by just a Google search. So Django has that large community of a lot of developers around it. So having this said, I hope you have an understanding of what Django is and why you should even choose Django. Now let's go to the next section. Now the first thing we want to do is to create a new Django project. So I'm in this folder here, which is just, I created a new folder named social book. The social book is going to be the name of the social media application that we are building. I just created a new folder on my computer in documents. That doesn't really matter. But what I just need is to get the directory to that folder. So this is where I want to create my Django project and develop everything. So now that I have the directory to that folder, I'm just going to open up my command prompt right here. So you might be on a Mac, you might just open up your terminal, or any other OS you are, just open up the terminal in there. So right here, I'm just going to go into that particular directory. So right now I'm in that directory. If I press dir, you see it's empty. Let me press CLS to close it up. I'm going to be building this social media application from scratch to the finish. So I'm going to show you how I build applications when I am developing my side project or something, so you can totally relate with it. So right now we are in this directory, and if you are new to Django, when we want to create a Django project, we use some command lines. So to create a new Django project, what we will do is to say Django -admin start project, and then the name of the project right here. So this will be the name of the project. So this is the command line we use to create a new Django project. But before you even want to create a Django project, you need to make sure that you have Django installed. Now, you know, in Python, we have pip, which is a Python package manager. If you install Python, if you have Python installed already, pip should come with it. So just to make sure we have Django installed, we're going to type pip install Django. So this is going to install the latest version of Django for us. Now, I already have this installed on my computer, on my laptop. So it should tell me that requirements already satisfied. Now that's because I already have it installed. But for you, if you don't have it installed, if you are new to Django, as I said, it should go ahead and install that for you. So it's going to pop up now and tell me requirement already satisfied. So we should do that second. Okay, we can just out of that. And so I cancel the operation because I already have that. So let me just close. I like cleaning up the command. So right now, let's just create a new Django project in this particular folder. So what I did, I first came into the folder, make sure I have Django installed, and now it's time to create a new Django project. I'll say Django in admin, that project. I'm going to name it social book. So this is going to create a new folder named social book in this particular directory. Now if I press dir, you see now that I have a new directory with a folder named social book. If I also go back to that folder, now I have a new folder named social. If I go into it, you're going to see that it creates this other folder named social book and a file named manage.py. So just going to go into that particular Django project I just created by saying cd social book. Now I should have manage.py and social book again. If I come back here and enter the social book again, I'm going to see some files, which is basically just the files that Django creates to get our application. So now that we have this Django app running, we can just test it out by running it on our server. But what we're going to do first is to create our Django app. So we have a Django project and we have a Django app to take all the functionalities. So let me just quickly explain the difference between a Django project and an app. So take facebook.com for example. We have facebook.com, which is the main project. So for here, we have social book, which is the main project. But let's say you want to have a feature like messages or notifications or post feed. Each of those can be different apps. Now it depends on how you want to do it. Me personally, I like having one project and one app, and that app can take all the functionalities like all the features, the logging in, signing up, authentication, and everything. But normally, you can have a project and different functionalities as the app. So let's say facebook.com, as I said, is the main project. Facebook is the project here. Then we can have like the authentication scheme as a different app just to take care of the authentication. And what I mean by that is user authentication means logging in and registering a user. We can also have another app to take care of the notifications. We can have another app for the messaging platform. So that is just the basic understanding of difference between Django app and Django project. So you can say a Django app is like a subset of Django project. But for this project, we're just going to have one app that's going to take care of everything. So now that we're in here, let's just create a new Django app. And the command is similar to creating a Django project. So we'll do Django-admin start app, and we'll name the app because it's taking care of everything and we're not giving it a specific name. And just say core. So I like naming my apps core. That's just me. But you can name it anything you want, totally. Now if I press dir, I have a new folder named core. We come back here now, I have a new folder named core. And in there, I'll have this bunch of files that we're going to be looking into later when we are using them to develop. So right now, I have everything taken care of. I've created my Django project and I've added an app to it. Now let me just run this project and make sure that everything is working fine on the server. So to run your project or even see if the installation has worked successfully, what you need to do is to say python manage.py run server. Now note that if you're on a Mac, you need to add python 3 manage.py run server because the recent version of Django doesn't support Python 2. So as you can see, it gives us this output. Just ignore this for now. And what it just wants us to do is to go to this URL on our browser. Right here, we can paste it. And then it should, boom. So this is it. What this is now is that it's saying that we have successfully created our Django project and it's working successfully. You can see here, there's the install work successfully. Congratulations. Now this simply means that everything we created has worked successfully. So this is the URL that we're going to be seeing all our project or the output of our project in. So that's the localhost port 8000. That's the default URL for Django. When you run your Django on your local server on your machine, it is. Now that we've created our Django project and stuff, this is basically the home URL of our website. But when a user comes to our website like socialbook.com, we don't want this to show, right? We want to show like our own template, our own design, our own social media. So let's get into that. Let's go ahead and set up our URLs. We're gonna go into Visual Studio Code now. If I come here, I have my Visual Studio Code open and I have imported the project we just created. So let me quickly walk you through how to do that. So just make sure you have Visual Studio Code or any other code editor that you are using, and you come right here and click on open folder, And once you click on open folder, just go to the folder where we created this Django project, and it's going to open up that project for you right here like this. So what we just want to do, as you can see right here, we have core, which is the app we created, and we have social book, which is the main project we created, but we don't have money.py and some other files. If I come back to my folder right here, see that we should have money.py and SQLite database, but it's not there. That means they didn't import while I was selecting. So what we just need to do is to come to file, open folder, and make sure you don't select anything, just open the whole folder and it should. So we don't want to save anything yet because this is seeing it as a workspace. We just want to open it as a folder. Now you should go ahead and open that folder up for us. And then once we have this opened, what we just need to do is to set up our URLs. Cancel this, cancel this. So as you can see now, we have everything imported or opened. So now let's go ahead and set up our URLs. So if you don't understand what I mean by URLs, what I just simply mean is the path of our website. So when a user comes to socialbook.com, where should it go or what should happen? Or when a user comes to socialbook.com/profile, what should happen? So basically each of those paths are URLs. Like socialbook.com/profile is a URL that we need to set up. Once the user comes to /profile, something will happen. But if we don't set that URL up, then it doesn't exist. Don't worry, you're going to get this. The first thing we want to do is to come into our app and create a new file in there and name it urls.py. So right here now, we're just going to import something from Django. Say from Django.urls import path. Now this path is going to allow us to be able to set up our URLs. And now we're going to have a new list and name it URL patterns. And now to set up our home URL, say path, and we leave it blank. Once we leave it blank like this, this is signifying that we're setting up our home URL. Or if we do something like profile, this is signifying that we're setting up our website/profile. So now after this, we'll put a comma and we'll say views.index, the home, and we'll give it a name of index. So what this is doing is that this views is where we basically do most of our coding. So you're going to understand what I mean by view.index in a bit. But first of all, before we can even access these views, so these views right here that we're saying is this views.py file in the same directory. I'm just going to go ahead and open that. So before we can access that file, we need to import it. So we'll say from dot import views. Now we have views imported. We can use views.index. But if we're using views.index, there is no function or no class or anything like index in here. So we need to set that up also. And we're just giving it a name, like a keyword for this particular URL, index. So basically what this is saying is that once the user comes to the home URL, go to the views.index, whatever is being done there, just basically show that to the user. So now we can save this. I'm going to come into views. Now we need to set up a new function for the index. I need to take a request. And now we can return a simple HTTP response, but first we need to import that from Django.http import HTTP response. Now we can just say return an HTTP response h1 and say welcome to social book. Now this is what we need to set this up. Let me explain what I did here. So as I said right here, what we did was we imported path, imported views, and then we set up a new URL named the home URL, which is empty, and we said it should go to the views.index. And this views.index basically is come into this views file and it will go to .index. It look for any function that is .index. So now that it has .index, whatever is being done here in this function is what is going to serve that particular URL. So now, since we're just sending an HTTP response, this is just what it's going to show. Let me save it now. One more thing. Before this can reflect on our main project, we need to set the URLs up on our main project. So as you can see, we set it up on our app. But if we come into social book, come into URLs here, what we just need to do is to import something called include. And now we just have to set up the home URL. That's the only thing we need to set up right here. And we'll say if someone comes to the home URL, just include core.urls. So what this is saying is that if someone comes into the home URL, include core.urls. Now this core.urls is our app, which is core.urls, which is. So it's gonna go into core.urls and look for any path that is similar to this, and whatever is being done there is what it is. So which is this path, and then this path also links to views.index, which is right here. So everything just linked back to returning this HTTP response. Now this is done. Let's just make sure our server is running. So this gave us an error when we use views.index, but we haven't defined index in the views file. So let's go ahead and refresh this. Go ahead and refresh this now. It should update and not give us any error because obviously we've already added that index function in our views. So it still says index is not defined. So let's make sure we saved our views.py right here. Also, now it's reloading. Let's see. Okay, let's make sure everything is working fine to this point first of all. Okay, so we have core.urls in line 5. It says index. In here, first of all, save that so it can reload. So sometimes we need to like reload, and let's just do views dot index name index. Save again. Now let's see once it reloads. Good, as you can see now everything is working. So sometimes Django just need a little bit of tweaking or reloading so it can update. So now let's go back to this that we ran, and we shouldn't see this again now. What we should see now is that HTTP response, welcome to socialbook. So as you can see, what we see now is welcome to socialbook. So basically we've removed that default Django template that was showing in stores work, and we've given this HTTP response on our home URL. But this is still not what we want. What we want is to show a template, basically. That's what we're going to do. Now let's go ahead and set up our template. So if I come in here into the folder, I'm just going to go right here, and you see I have one folder called template here. So this is just basically the template for that we're going to use in this tutorial. So it's just a free template, and everything, the whole template and everything will be in the GitHub link of this project, so you can get the template also. And I have these two templates here. One is for the profile, one is for the main, for the index, sign up, everything. And what I just want to do is to drag this. I'll select it first of all, and I'm going to drag the HTML files into a particular folder. But before that, let's come into our Visual Studio Code. So before we can even use any template, we need to do some configurations right here in VS Code. Let's close this social book URLs. We don't need that again. Now we want to go into our settings.py file, and right underneath here we just want to import OS first of all, and let's scroll down. So in installed apps, when you first create an app, it's always advisable to add that app in here. Now this is not relating to the template, but just so we don't get an error later, let's add that app. So now that we have that, let's scroll down. Right here where you see this template is a list, and what you're just going to do is to come into theirs, and this theirs is just specifying the where Django should go and look for all our template files. So let's just stop. And in the base directory of this project, now when I say base directory, I mean the same directory which contains the manage.py file. So the base directory of this project, we're going to create a new file and we'll name it templates. And in here is where all the HTML files of this project is going to be. So we need to tell Django that that is where everything is going to be. That's what we're going to do right here. So first of all, we need to import OS as we did. We're going to come right here under theirs. I'm going to say OS the path the join base there, which is the base directory, going to template. So it says from the base there going to template. That's where you should look for all our templates files. But that's basically all we need in telling Django where to look for our templates files. So we'll just save that. And right here in our template files now, we need to load it up with our HTML files. So let's come back here and we'll drag that. Just copy it in there. Good. So now we have that in there. We need to copy one more, which is from the profile. So we'll go to static DOM profile. Now I'll explain what I mean by this static DOM profile later. Let's just take this profile. So again, all this is going to be available in the GitHub link of this tutorial, so you can easily grab them. And yeah, so right now we have all the HTML files of this template now. And what we can just do now, if I close this up, don't need this for now, we can go into the views file, and instead of returning an HTTP response, we can now render an HTML page. So this is the index function. Obviously we want to render the index.html. What we'll do, we'll say return render, take a request, get index.html. So this is just the line of code we need to show this index.html file. Now let's make sure everything is running good, and let's come back here and hit refresh. We shouldn't see this again, and we should see that template. Let's give it a moment to load that up. Okay, good. As you can see now, we see all the template, we see the template, but it is looking bad. So this is because we have not set up our static files. Our static files is basically any other file that we're going to use in our template file. So any other file apart from our HTML, it might be an image file, a JavaScript file, a CSS file. Any other file we're going to use in this our template, it needs to go into static, and we're going to do that in the next session. So as I said, the reason why our template is not looking good right now is because we haven't connected or set up our static files. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to come back to Visual Studio Code. So static files, as I explained in the last video, is basically any other file that we're going to use in our template file apart from the HTML file. So any other image, CSS file, JavaScript file, any other file we're going to use goes to the static. But how do we set this up? Let's do that. So let's close all this again. And similarly to what we did in the last video, we're also going to create a new folder named static. And as you might have guessed, we're going to go into the settings of py file also. And then we're going to set static up. So right here, it just shows this, that's the static URL. But we need to set up the static root and the static files directory. So let's do that. So static underscore root goes to os.path dot join is there static files. I don't mind why this is different from this, but this, the next one now is the main connection. So say static files there's goes to os the path the join is there comma static right here. Now let's save this. Now let me quickly take a moment to explain why we are even doing this. So Django, whenever we're connecting like images or CSS files, it doesn't connect it the normal way that HTML connects it. So if you work with HTML very well, you know that when you want to link, for example, an image file, what we do is we have an image and we say src equals to, then right here we have like the directory to the image file. It might be in assets slash image.jpg. So for example, in HTML, this is how we link an image file. But in Django, it's quite different. What we just need to do in Django, we need to make sure that this asset slash image file is inside a folder named static. So it must be inside this folder. And after it's been inside that folder, when we are going to the HTML, we need to put something like this and say, with a percentage sign, we'll say static, put this, that to close. So this is the way Django basically sees any external file. And we're going to do this for any time we are linking to any external file. It might be CSS, it might be JavaScript, images, any other file. So this is what we're going to do. So for Django to be able to recognize this, we need to set all these things up, like setting up the static, creating a new folder, and putting the static files in there. And I hope you understood what I just said. Now I can just close that up and save. So now that we have all this set up, the next thing we want to do is to copy all our static folders and files into this static folder right here. I'm going to come into file. First of all, in this template right here, this asset is where all the static for all those HTML is located. External files for all these files. Then this asset, that means we just need to drag the asset into this static folder and do not add folder to workspace, copy the folder. So we've copied it there. But as I said, the profile and the rest have different settings or no, different files together. So what we just want to do now, also copy all the static except ES store and just select that out. And now let's copy the rest. Static, copy in folder. Now everything is going to copy. It's just going to take a few seconds because some files might be larger than the other. So that's done. And we actually do not need this. So we have CSS. Okay, this is still there. But as that is doing, we're going to close these settings now. We don't need it. And we're going to actually open this index.html file right here in the code editor. We're going to come to template and open index.html. We're going to get back to this also. Let's just make sure all this as well. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for the profile. So 7 items selected, good. But we don't need a static done template. It's not part. I just added that. So we're going to have to kind of remove that. Done template. So delete it. Cycle bin. So you don't need to understand what I did there. What I just did was I added a file that I want to remove, basically. So now, as you can see, this HTML file is quite different because on top we have something named load static right here. Remember what I explained when I said we don't link files normally. So just to save time and not let you watch hours of tutorial on something not necessary, so I already configured all the linking for the way Django will see it, like the Django template and style. So before you can do this, before you can even like go to a CSS file and add this static and also close it, at the top of the file you need to add something named load static. If we don't add this, it's going to give us an error. So it's basically loading all the static settings, the static file, so this file can use it. So I already did all this for all the whole HTML files I copied. So that's why if I come back here, if I come into template, I come into, so you can see I said static done template. I have the normal template that doesn't have all these configurations done. But before I started filming this tutorial, I just made sure I, tweaked everything so that it will save time. But I hope you understand what I mean by this static. So basically we need to load static first of all, and then anywhere we are linking something, we just need to add this static at the beginning and at the end. So throughout the whole file, I did that. Anywhere we are linking a file, I added everything. If we scroll all the way to the bottom, right here in the JavaScript also, I did that. So that's just how to configure that. And if we scroll up, I notice that right here, we are linking a PNG, but we didn't add static. Let's add static. This, and we close it like this. That's basically how to do it. Now, if we go into our browser and we hit that refresh button, see our website being good. Let's see. Seconds has to look things. Now, the color. Yeah, boom. So as you can see right now, basically have all of this loaded. Everything good. Search for username, the post, users you can follow. So this is just the basic template I used for this. But as you can see now, everything is fine. The static files have been loaded. Load more. JavaScript is also working. So everything is totally good. So now that we have all of this, let's just go ahead by starting with the registration and signing up of a user. Now let's start with the authentication of our website. So basically what I mean is allowing a user to register and log in to our website. So before we do this, we need to create a model. So first of all, let's close this index.html. We don't need it for now. And then we're going to come into models.py right here. So this models.py file is basically the file where we create our Django models, so we can use it as a database for our project. So now we want to create a profile model. This profile model is going to have different things like the user profile picture, the user bio, the user location, and stuff like that. So first of all, let me explain why we are creating this profile model. So we know that Django as default, it gives us this user model, which a user is going to be able to sign in, sign up, and have some information like their first name, username, email, and stuff. But we want more. So the Django default user model authentication, it gives us the username, the first name, last name, email, and password. So those are the only fields it gives us. But we want more. So we want to be able to add the user bio, the user profile image, the location, maybe like the country is from or something. So there are various ways we can go about this. We can create a custom user model, or we can just extend that user model that Django already gives us, or we can create a separate model for the profile and link it to user model using a foreign key. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to create a separate model for the profile and link it to that user model using a foreign key. So I'm going to show you how we're going to go about this. Now, you might want to do it anyhow you like. If you're already familiar with Django, you might want to extend the database or anyhow you feel it's easier for you. But this is the way I'm going to do it in this tutorial. So first of all, let's create a class. And we're going to name it profile. And that will be we take from the models.model. And now we want to give this field the user. Just pass on everything first. We want to have like the ID of the user. So now I'm not going to say user underscore ID, and I'm going to explain why I'm not going to say it, why I do ID user. So we have user. This is going to be a foreign key that is going to link to that model. We're going to do that. The ID user, this is going to be the ID of the user that has this profile. And we also want the bio. We want profile image, profile img. Pass again, we want the location. So these are basically the things we want for this our models. But for this profile image, we're going to use an image field. So if you're familiar with Django, you know we have different model field. We have character field, the text field, the integer field. But when we want to do something like a profile image, we can use a file field. But that file field will be able to collect like videos, PDF files. But we want to narrow it down to for this field to collect only images. So we're going to use an image field. So what we're going to do is something like this: models dot image field. Now we need to configure some things like where will this image upload to when a user uploads the image, which folder will it upload to. So just the way we set up static files and all those type of stuff, we also need to set up media. So media is gonna like take care of uploading, like basically like the storage where all these files are gonna be stored. Because also when we go deeper into this application, when we allow a user to upload a post, the user will want to upload an image with that post. So where would that image go to? So we need to configure all these things also. And this one is quite different from the others. The only similarity is that we are going to create a new folder again in the base directory. As I said, the base directory is the folder which contains a manage.py file of that project. So now we're going to create a new file. I'm going to name it media. So this media basically is going to store all the images we're going to be uploading. And now that we've created that file, we need to come into our settings.py. So I'm going to open our project and go to settings. Now right here, we'll just make sure we scroll down and we'll say media underscore URL. Say slash media slash like this. And we also need to specify the media root. Say os.path.join base directory and media. So the name of this folder must correlate with the name we gave it here. Let's save that. Now we can quit this. The next thing we need to do is to go into the urls.py file of our project, not of our app. So we need to come into socialbook, which is the main project, go to the urls.py file. Now right here, we're going to import two things. We're going to import settings and static. Say from Django.configuration, we shorten it to conf, import settings. Next one is from Django.configurations.urls.static, import static. Good. So this is what we need to import. And now to specify the URL for this media, specify or to configure our media URL, to finalize it, the URLs patterns equals to URL pattern above plus static settings dot media underscore URL, have a comma, you can just bring it down here and say document underscore root equals to settings dot media root. Now we can save this. So what this is doing is it's just specifying the URL of our media, so our media file. So this is just the way we set up anything dealing with media. Let me quickly recap. So we started with our modules, which we're going to finish in a minute, but because we're going to use an image field and that is a file, we needed to create a new folder called media, which is going to take care of the uploading of the image where it's going to be stored. And we need to go into settings.py file to assign these two variables, media URL and media root, and we needed to import that into the urls.py file social book and just configure the URL path. So now we can close this, and now we'll be able to use an image field in our model. So now we say models.image field. But one more thing, we need to specify some things that Django is going to understand. So when a user wants to submit a form of this field, or when a user wants to submit a profile image, where does that image upload to? I know I said it's going to upload to the media folder, but where in that media folder is it going to upload to? So we want to have different categories or different folders under this media folder here. So we might have one that says profile images, we might have another folder that says post images, so we don't mix all the images together. So let's say this should upload, I'm going to use the upload to profile images. Now I know that under media folder we don't have any folder named profile images, but if we don't have any folder, what Django is going to do is that for the first time it's going to create a new folder there called profile images, and then from that time any image being stored through this field or through this model is going to be stored under media under profile image. So basically, since we don't have that created now, we can create it manually, but I prefer for Django to do that automatically. So it's just going to create profile images folder and it's going to store it there. So now that we have that out of the way, one more thing. So you know when you sign up to like Facebook and you don't yet have a profile picture, there's actually a default profile picture that Facebook puts for you. So we also want to do that, so that if the user doesn't have a profile picture yet, we want to give him a default profile picture. So what we're going to do now, right here, if you come into your static and you come into images, you're going to see that we have an image called blank profile picture. That's the name of the image, blank profile picture.png. I would love to show you here if that is going to open, but that's just basically a default profile picture that we're going to give the user. So okay, that's going to open. Good. So as you can see, this is just a default like profile picture for a user that didn't upload a profile picture yet. So now let's just copy the name of that file and quit this, and then what we just want to do is to say default equals to blank profile picture.png. But remember again, I said that anything dealing with these images or files in a Django model, it needs to be done in this like media folder. So when we are getting the default image, this blank profile picture.png, how does Django know that it's supposed to go into static images then look for this? No, Django doesn't know that. So what we are going to do, these blank profile images, we're just going to drag it from there and paste it in media. So we want to move that. So now it's in media. So when we say blank profile picture.image, Django is going to go into this media folder and look for that file. Since now that we know Django can see that file, we can continue with configuring the rest of our model files, our model fields. This profile image now is done. Model.image field is uploaded to profile images, and the default, so that if the user didn't upload profile image yet or doesn't want to upload the profile image, it should just use this as the user's profile image. So now that we have that out of the way, let's start from the beginning right here. So here in this user, we want to link this particular profile to the user model using a foreign key. So what we need to do first is to get the model of the current user that is logged in or that is authenticated, and then that is going to be the default for this foreign key. So you're going to understand that now when we do that. So first of all, let's do from django.contrib.auth contrib.auth import get user model. So I want to import this attribute named get user model, which is just going to get the model of the currently authenticated user. So let's give it variable and say user equals to get user model. We're just initiating that, And now that we say user equals to this get user model, anytime we use this user now, it's just basically gonna be model of the currently logged in user. So now right here we're going to say models dot foreign key user on delete plus models cascade. That's good. So now what this is just doing is we have a foreign key that is linking to the being connected to this user, which is basically this user variable, which is this get user model that we imported. We have that done. Now this ID user is just meant to be an integer field. So models dot integer field. That doesn't need any attributes in here. So I know you might not understand why we like have this ID user or why we have this user foreign key related to a foreign key that is connected to this. That if you are new, you might not understand that. But when we are using this in our project, when we are getting the post, when we are allowing the user to be able to follow another user, you know why, or you understand why all these are being done like this. So just follow along for now and let's get pop. So now we have the bio. The bio, we just want the bio to be a text field. So say model.text field, and we can give it blank equals true. Now this is because the user might not want to have a bio. It's not compulsory, so we can allow it to be blank. Now the location, models.character field this time around, and the character field has a max length of 100. Let's just give it a maximum length of 100, and let's also give it blank equals true because the user might not want to put his location. That's not compulsory. All this is good. We have the user, ID of the user, the bio of that user, profile image, and the location. Now let's just return the basically the username. So say dev str self return self.user. So this self.user is just this. Let's get the username, that model. So what this is doing, this is not compulsory. You can remove this if you don't want. This is just in the naming of the model, so that when we are seeing the model in our admin panel, it's going to be showing the username and it's not going to be showing object 1 or object 2. I'm going to show you that like in a couple of seconds. So now we have this done. Now let's just go back to our command prompt and let's make migrations and migrate everything to our database. First of all, note that before you run migrations or anything, the app where you have these models.py, for us it is core, that's the name of the app. This app must be added to install apps in the settings.py file. So if we come down here, remember in the beginning I said let's just add this to avoid any error later. That is the main reason. So because we want Django to be able to see this app as part of this project, we need to add it to installed apps. So now we can be able to migrate our database. So basically, if you don't know the meaning of migrate or what I'm talking about, in Django, once we create all this data here, so this is basically like the name of the database, and these are tables in the database. So think about it like that. This is the name and these are tables, but these are each row like this. I wish I can like visualize this for you in a table, but just think about it like this: the name of that database, and this is each row in the table of that database. So now all this that we've done, we need to migrate it to our database. I'm going to show you that also. So we have to come right here. Let's opt out of the server real quick. Out. So yeah, done. And now to migrate our server, we just do manage python manage.py make migrations. Now once we make migrations, what this is doing is that any changes that we made in our models.py file is going to save that change before migrating it to our database. So if we come here and let's say we add blank equals false or something. Blank doesn't have a false, but if we remove blank or something, since we've made a change, we need to come here and do python manage.py and make migrations to save that change, then migrate again. Anytime you touch this file, you need to do that. Let's just that. Now that that changes has been made, let's just say python manage.py migrate. So now this is going to migrate that database, that model into our database. This is the first time we're running it, that's why it's migrating the auth, the admin, and every other thing. But the main thing we want to see migrating is this core. That's migrating. And now I want us to run our project and go to the admin to see our database. But we can't go to the admin to see our database because if we go there, we don't have any login yet that a user can use to log into the admin panel. So to create that, we're going to say python manage.py create super user. So this command line is going to create a super user. Now this super user means like a user that can access the admin panel. So any normal user that sign up from our site can't just use their login details to log into the admin panel. It's only we, the developers, that can create a specific super user and log into the admin panel. So now let's just say admin, give it book.com. Let's give it a password again. And it says the password is too common to the username. Let's just bypass that. So that is created successfully. And let's run our server again. py run server. As that is preparing to run, I'm going to come back into our browser. Actually, let's open a private window. This private window is just for our admin panel so that we'll be able to log into our admin panel and not interfere with logging in to a normal user. So hit this in private browsing and go to our website now /admin. Our website should be running now. Just come here and see. So as you can see right there, our website is running. Let's come down. Good. This is what we want to see. It basically gives us this login form to log into the Django administration. Now Django administration doesn't have a sign up form. The only way you can sign up to this Django administration is from your console. It's from your command line. Now let's log in with the details we just created. Log in with the password also, and we hit login. Good. So now that we hit login, you can see we have just two databases. We have groups and we have users. This is created by default in Django. So if we open these users, we're going to see one user, which is us, the super user, admin user. So let's wait for that. So as you can see, the username, admin, email address, and staff status. So remember I said that Django as a default gives us this user model, but it doesn't have enough fields for us to build this social media platform. It just gives us only username, email address, first name, last name, and a password. But we want more than that, as I said. So that's why we created a profile model. Now let's go back to our Visual Studio Code, because if we come back to home, you see that the model we just created, which is profile, is not showing here. So we also need to make sure that that shows here so we can manage that database. To do that is very simple, just like 2 lines of code. We'll come into a file named admin.py. Now this file is going to be in your app. Just click on the file. And the first thing to do right here is to import the model that you want to show in your admin panel. Say from .models import profile. Since it's profile, we want to show in our admin panel or register to our admin panel. Now we'll say admin.site.register profile. Now we're registering our this profile model into the admin. If I save this now, Just gonna come back here and make sure everything loads successfully. Once that loads, I'm gonna go back to my admin panel, and now I should see my profile. Done. I'm gonna come here, and if I refresh this now, good. Now I see under this core app, see profiles. If I click on it, no profile yet because we've not yet done anything to the profile. But this is the first step in the user authentication. So I hope you understand what we've done till this point. Created a specific profile model for each user. So when a user sign up, a profile model is automatically going to be created for them. Now we're going to do the registering of a user or the signing up of a user in next part. The next thing to do now is to set up the view for our registration, so to be able to register a user into our platform basically. So what we want to do now, let's just come into views.py. We want to create a new URL for our sign up. So let's just collapse this and this just to make everything clean. So first of all, we're going to have to come into URLs and create a new URL for that view. So what we want to do, we want the user to be able to come to our website /sign up, and they'll be able to sign up to our platform or register on our platform. So let's add a comment here. So right now, just put sign up, and right here sign up, and the name also should be sign up. So basically our website /sign up, then you should go into views.signup, and it has a name of sign up. So we know we don't have views.signup yet, so we're going to have to come into views, create a new function named sign up. It's going to take a request, and let's just render our HTML template. So return render request sign up.html. Now this sign up.html basically this page here, sign up.html. So that's what we are rendering when the user goes to /sign up. So let's save this, also save our URLs. Basically we have that done, and let's just make sure that when we go to /sign up, it really renders this page. First of all, as you can see right here, our website is running, so we can go test that out. Now let's go to /sign up, enter. Good. So as you can see, our website is showing, and we are going to do some configurations. First of all, we want this to be sign up, want to change this to sign up, want to change this to social book, and maybe change the title. Let's go do that first. So we'll come back here, and then in signup.html, so this again, remember as I said, I already tweaked all the links for static. So now I'm just gonna change this to up, yeah, book. Okay, and let's scroll down right here where we see Tokyo, change it to social book. And right here where we see sign in, we have to change it to sign up. Yeah, so that's that. And this should be sign up. Let's just those changes. Sign up, social book, sign up. This is sign up. So we change this instead of this. So Z with that. Then right here, we change this sign up. That should work now. Sign up, and this goes login. Good. So now we want the user to be able to sign up with just the username, the email, and the password. We don't really need the first name. If you want to collect the first name in your own application, you can do that, but we don't really need the first name and last name. Let's just collect the username, the email, and of course the user have to have a password. Right here where we see this form, let's distinguish this from the rest, make our work. We have this form here. What we're gonna do is the name, let's change it and let's make it have, so we have all this style and everything done. Let's just, username is okay. Let's have an email. Type should be an email. Placeholder should be email. And all of them needs to have a name, because when we are collecting the data in our back end, we're going to collect them using the name of the particular field. So right here after type the name, so this is the username, should have name of username. So let's just copy this. You have email, and this is what the password, right? So password, and this is, let's just say password 2, the confirm password. And we can also change this to password, the type, your password type for more security. And what again, I agree to the terms and condition, that is not really neat. So let's just comment that out. And now let's go ahead and see what we have now. So it automatically fills it in, basically. Let's just remove that. Hit this so it doesn't fill it in again. Now we have sign up, we have all of these, which is good. What we want to do, let's also scroll down. Button, everything is working good. So now right here in this form, we want the action, we leave it blank. Now when we leave this action blank, it means that once we hit sign up, all this data that is being inputted in here is going to be sent back to this sign up page. I'm going to show you why we do that. So now we have the action blank. Another thing we want to have is the method. We want to use the post method. Now in Django, there are two different type of method we use when submitting a form. Use the get method and the post method. Let me tell you why and when we use any of the two. We use a get method basically when we are passing like an information that is not confidential. So like let's say a user wants to search like Python. You have a search engine here, and the user wants to search like Python. So on that search form, you can use a get method because the value being shown is not confidential. It's just what the user is searching for. And when you're using the post method, it's basically where when you have confidential inputs like a password, we don't want the password to show. So if you use a get method, whatever is being searched or whatever is being submitted is going to be shown in the URL. But if you use a post method, those values are going to be hidden. So those are the major two difference. So if we're going to show an input in the URL, that input has to be an input that is basically not confidential, as I said, because if we are using like this sign up form and we're using a get method, we don't want to show the user's password in the URL bar. That is not a good practice. So that's why we use post method. Or let's say you have a platform where a user pays using his credit card information, and you don't want to use a get method in that situation because credit card information can be shown in the URL. So basically those are the major two differences. You can also do a quick search on Google if you want to dive deeper into that. Another thing is that when we use a post method in Django, we need to add this templating style called CSRF token. Now this just take care of some malware, because this CSRF stands for cross-site request forgery. So it's basically like an attack. But when you put this, it basically takes care of that the Django way. We're not going to get too much deeper into that. Now let's save this. Then let's come here and hit refresh and just put random things just to make sure that everything is working. Once we hit sign up, it brings us back to this page. That's what we want. So now that all this information is being sent to sign up view using a post method, what we're just going to do now in the views, we're going to get all of them using an if statement. So what we're going to say is that if request dot method equals to post. So this simply means that if the when a user wants to look for this site, or when a user comes to this particular page, if this page is being summoned using a post method, then we're going to do a couple of things. If not, just show sign up. So when we just come to this page normally and just enter like this, it's not a post method, yeah. So but when we submit a form and need sign up, we're sending back some information to this page using a post method. That's when we're going to be able to get those values. So what we're going to do now, that if the request of method is post, we're going to do some things. Let's pass first. Else, I mean, if it's not a post method, then just on this particular page. So now, if it's a post method, let's get all the value that has been sent to this view. So we can get that saying name equals to request dot post name. What I just did was that I add a new variable and I said request.post username. That means the data that is being posted here is going to get the value of that data using the name of the input. If I come back to sign up, remember I said they have to have a name. So when this is submitted, it's going to have like a name and a value. So using the name of this input, which is username now, in this views file, we'll be able to get the value. Now, if we just do something like print username, it's gonna basically print whatever we input here in our console. Just give me a minute and let's just add something and just fill it up and test what I just said. So as you can see, it's not yet getting any error like the password don't match, all those type of stuff like the username is taken, the email is taken. We're still gonna do that. But now we hit sign up. Let's see. Gives us a value error. So it said views.signup didn't return. So it didn't return anything because we're not giving it a response. We're just getting the value. But we're going to undo that. But let's come back here first and you'll see that right here gives me this value which I put in the form as the username. So basically we are getting the value of that form. And once we have the value that is being sent through that form, we can just use that to create a new object in our user model. Now let's go back here. And what we're just going to do is to copy this 4 times. So now we need to have email, password, and password 2, which is repeat password. So now the email has a name of email. Just advisable to copy it so you don't encounter any error in the names and stuff like that, even if you know you are correct. Password 2. Now we have all these values. Now that we have all these values, we can first check some things. We'll first check if the password 1 is equal to the password 2, because when we're saying confirm password, the 2 passwords have to be the same. We'll also check if the email exists. We'll also check if the username exists. But before we do all those, we need to import something. And what we need to import is the user model. User model, which is right here, which is this user model where all the users is being stored. So we need to import that right here. So first of all, let's say from django.contrib.auth.models import user. Good. And we also want to import something named auth. Now this auth is going to allow us to authenticate the user. Now I think that's what we need for now. Just come down here back. So now this this, we're just gonna have another if statement. Come here. What I'm gonna say is if password equals to password 2, that means if the passwords are the same, then something pass for now. Else, we'll have to give it an error saying that the password does not match. So to give an error, we're going to use something called messages. We also need to import that. So we have to scroll all the way up. So right here where we have, okay, we could have imported it from this. Let's just from Django.contrib import messages. Good. So this is going to be able to send a message. If it's an error or a warning, just going to be able to send a message to the front end. So now, if the password is equals, if the two passwords are the same, we're going to continue and we'll not check again if the email is taken or the username is taken. But before we even go further, if the passwords are not the same, let's first send an error and tell the person that the passwords don't match. We're going to say messages. Let's use an info. Messages.info. Say request. And we'll just tell them the message. Say password not matching. And then we have to redirect the user back to the sign up page. But before we even use redirect, we also need to import redirect, but that's easy because we are importing redirect from Django.shortcut, which we already have here. So let's just say redirect. So now that we have that, we just say return redirect to the sign up. So we are redirecting the user to the sign up by sending this message so that the user will be able to fill that form again, basically. So now that we have this, that's if the password are not equal. But if the password is equal, let's have another statement by saying if user, which is the user model, dot objects dot filter email equals email dot exist, we want to do something. So what this is saying is that if we go to the user model, we check each of the objects, then we filter and we find an object in which the email which is in the user model is equals to the email which is being posted to this view. If that exists, then we just want to tell the user that this email already exists. That means this email is already taken. The messages.info request email taken. And then once we tell the user that the email is taken, we want to redirect, say return redirect user to the sign up. Now that we have that, we will use another if statement, but elif. So else if we want to check if the username is taken, so say user dot object dot filter username goes to username dot exist. And we just want to do the same thing by saying messages dot info request username taken, and then we're going to direct the person back to this page. So now, but what if password is equal, the username does not exist, and the email does not exist? Just say else. That means if there's no error, nothing bad happen. what we'll just do now, we want to create that new user. So we'll just say user equals to user dot objects dot create user. This one. So this one is going to be able to create a new user for us, and we'll just say username equals to this username that is being passed, and then the email equals to the email that is being passed, and also the password of that user. We'll just take one password because we don't need to store two passwords, just to pass. So we are storing the username, password, and the email basically. Now that we have that, just say user dot save. Now that we save the user, this should work. But before saving the user or doing anything like that, before testing it, as I said, we created this profile model. So once we create a new user, we also want to create a profile model for that user. But before we test that out, let's just save this first of all, and let's go to our page. And we have this one. So what we want to do now, we want to test the error that we configured in here. Remember we said if password is not equals, it should give an error. So let's even test if that is working. So our that is okay, good. So now that we'll give it this, just give it another one. Okay, so when I sign up now, if I come into my users, you'll see that there's no additional user that created, and this is because obviously the password was not the same, so it can't create with two different passwords. But it didn't even tell us anything like the password is not matching, I didn't create or whatever. How would the user know what happened? So we need to do that. What we are going to do is to go into the HTML file here. We're going to use a for loop. We're just basically going to pass those messages that is being sent and show it here, like password not matching or password correct or username taken and stuff like that. Let's quickly go back to our VS Code. So since we are sending all these messages already, we are using them to redirect. It should be easy. What we just want to do, come above form, let's have a new div tag. In there we want to have, say, for message in messages and h5. Let's just print that message. So this is just going to basically print the message for us, and let's end that for loop. But we want this to show like an error, so it should be like a color red or something, and it should be bold or something like that. So let's have a styling style. Right here we can just say h5. Let's give an h5 color of red. Let's save that. Send. That reloads. Good. So we refresh that page and the data we posted before was reposted back. As you can see now, it says password not matching. If we try to create, let's say admin, because we already have a username admin, it should tell us username taken. Let's just give it blank. Let's make sure this same. Now you see it gives us username taken because the admin taken. So as we can see now, the error is being caught successfully. What we want to do now, if we make sure that there's no error, that means a new username, email, and password, is going to create a new user for us in here. But we don't want to do that yet, because if we create a new user now, only the user object is created, but a profile object won't be created for that user. So let's go back to our code and make sure that once a user is created right here, once we have a new user created, we also want to create a new profile, let's say a new profile object for that user. So first thing we're going to do, let's log the user in. So we'll say log the user in. No, we're not going to log the user in first of all. The first thing I want us to do, okay, so before we log the user in, we're not going to log the user in yet. That's because when we log the user in, I want the user to be automatically redirected to like the settings page where you can upload profile and put his bio and location. But since we don't have that yet, let's just create a profile model for that user first, before then when we have the settings done, we can come back and change that. So let's just have a comment here and say log user in and direct to settings page, so we don't forget about that. And now right here, let's just create a profile object for the new user. What we're going to do now is say user underscore model, the user dot object dot get username equals to username. So what I'm doing now is that first of all, because in here for us to create a new profile, we need to give that profile the user that owns this profile. And give that user, we'll be able to give it this value. We need to have the object of the user. We don't just need to have the username or the ID of the user. We need to have the object of that specific. So that's what I'm getting now. I'm saying the user model should be user the object dot get, the one in which the username is equals to this username that was just created right now. And then once we have that, we'll say new profile and be equals to profile dot object dot create user and be equals to the user model, and also the ID of the user. Once we get the ID of the user, ID user was what we used, can be equals to the user model dot ID. So these are the only two things we want to give as default. Come back here to our models, gave it this value, the user object, and we gave it the ID of the user. So the biography, the profile image, and the location, the user is going to create that self. So now let's just save this user basically and finalize the creating of the profile model. So we just say new profile dot save, then and just redirect the user the login page. But right now we don't have a login page, so since we don't have a login page, I'm not going to be able to redirect the user anywhere. So let's just redirect the user back sign up. So when we create a login page, we're going to be able to redirect the user. So let's save this now. And once we have this saved now, we can come project that. Let's make sure our project here. Good. So since it's running now, let's create a new user. Let's say John at g.com. Let's give him a password. Let's sign him up. It gives us name error. Now this is because it said name profile is not defined, and this is because we are using this profile name but we didn't import it right here. So we need to import that profile model from the models.py file. Say from dot models import profile. Good. This should work now. If we come back in here, uh, John, john@g.com, give my password. Now we hit sign up. So it says email taking. Now this is where the error comes. Because we tried to create a new user, so we created a new user for right now when it says name profile not defined. The error was here that profile was not defined, but that didn't stop that from creating a new user. So a new user was already created, but the profile object was not created for it. So this is just, we're still in the testing phase. So right now we come back here and hit refresh. See John as a new user, and as you can see, it's not a staff. This staff means he can't access this admin panel. Come into profiles, see that we don't have any profile right here, but we are supposed to have a profile for John. This was because John was already created before we fixed the bug about the profile name not defined. So now let's delete John first of all. Now let's try to log in again. Good. I refresh that page. Once I refresh that page from this button, it's going to send that post data again. But if I refresh it from here, it's just going to load the page normally. So since that post data was sent again, John user is now created and John profile model is now created. So let's go check that. Hit refresh. So it didn't create it. If I come to profile also, it didn't create it. That means when I hit refresh, it didn't submit that post again. Normally in like normal browsers like I think Chrome, once you hit refresh here, it's supposed to submit that again. But I'm using Microsoft Edge this video, so I think that's why it didn't work. But let's just quickly go ahead and that john@g.com, password, sign up. Good. Let's just save it here. So we have this sign up done. Normally, it's supposed to like take us to the login page to log in, or it should just automatically authenticate us into the platform. But since we've not yet done all those stuff, we just made it redirect back to this page first of all. But since we came out to this page without an error, we should be expecting now that the user and the profile object has been created. If we come back here, come to users, see now that we have user john@g.com. Come to profile, good. We have a new profile for John. That is good. So the user is basically this John user, and this is the ID of the user. So also we're going to be able to allow them to update that bio, update that profile image and location. As you can see, as a default, the profile image is blank profile picture.png. Is this that we gave it. Good, that's working fine. Everything is fine to this point right now. Next step is to be able to allow the user login into our platform. Now let's create the login view for our application. So we want the user to be able to go to /signin, and then the user should be able to sign in to the application. Let's go back to VS Code. For now, let's just collapse this. So right here in URLs, let's create a new view. I will name it sign in. Let's just take that, copy it, paste. Right here also, open this again, scroll down and create a new view. Say df sign in quest return render quest sign in.html. Now that we have this, let's first of all go ahead and collapse this. Let's save this, and let's also save this. So now once a user goes to /sign in, we should have that. So let's go test that out. /sign in. Good. So it gives us this. Let's also tweak this very well for everything to work good. And we'll come back here But before we even do that, let's go back to the sign up page. And once a user clicks on this login, let's take this out to the sign in view and also right here. If we go to sign up, we'll look for where we have login. Let's say F to search. We'll search for login. So do you have an account? This should be to slash sign in. For the second one is right here at the top right corner of our application. Let's take them to slash sign in. Good. Now we have this. If we come back here and hit refresh, now it says, do you have an account? If we click login, it takes us to login. Good. Now let's open up our login page. Sign in right here. And then where we have sign in, let's sign into social book. And let's scroll down. I want to change this also to social book. Good. And what else? So this is login. Let's create an account and register. We want to change create an account and register to, want to make it go to the sign up view. To register, go to the sign up, slash sign up. Now create an account, goes to slash sign up. Good. So this is done. Let's come back in here and hit refresh. Social book. Now let's just remember me. We are not really using that this video, so let's just comment that out too. Yeah, good. So now what we just need is to configure this, make it have a post method and all those fun stuff. So first of all, as I did last time, let's just leave a space in our form just to distinguish it. And right here, let's have a name, the name, and this is the password. If I type of this password, and the placeholder, I would love it to be password. Good. Now all this is working fine. Let me save and see. Name, password, and each of them have a name now. So the action should come back to this login view, and method the post. As I said, whenever we use a post method, we need to add CSRF token. Good. Now that we have this, once a user hits submit or login, send that to our login view. Let's see. We have this login. Okay, so that's basically because we didn't refresh the page. So let's refresh this page. Is anything in there? Login. Okay, so it just comes back here, which is what we want. Now let's do a similar approach to what we did in our sign up. So right in our sign up now, login view, we're just gonna say, gonna use an if statement again, just like we used earlier. So let's just say if request sub method equals to post, we're gonna do something else, just return this page. This is what we want to do now, and this is quite easy. What we just want to do is to get the username and password, just to request dot post username and copy and paste this password. It is paste this. Right now, what we want to do is to create a new variable and say user equals to auth dot authenticate. I want to authenticate with username equals to username, password equals to password. So we're authenticating with the username and password. Good. Now that we have that initialized, use an if statement. We'll say if user is not none. And what this means is that if the user is not none, so for this to be able to work, that means we need to even have a user with this password in our database. So if we have it, that means if it's not none, that means if it's there, if it's present in our database, then let's just authenticate and we'll say auth.login, take a request. I want to log in this user. I will say return direct to the home page. So now when we log the user in, we want to return the user to the home page. Else, now this just simply means that if the user is none, that means if he's not, there, if he doesn't really have an account and is trying to log in with a fake credential, send a message error. So say messages.info request, and let's say credentials invalid, and then we'll just redirect the user. Let's copy from here, paste. So we're just redirecting the user back to this sign in page. Good. So for need, so everything is working here. If it's a post method, get it, initialize the authenticate, the auth, and check if the user is not none, then authenticate. If it's none, give him an error. And yeah, now let's save this, and we also have to come into our sign in to add the div tag that is going to take care of the error messages. So we can just come down here and copy that. Basically the same thing. Sign in, save. We come here, go to sign in, and we say if something that is not in our database. You can see now it says credential invalid, so that's an invalid credential. But if we really give something that is in our database, which is John, you can see now it is authenticating, and boom, it takes us to the home page. So this is working fine, and once a user authenticates, it takes user to the home page. Now we want to do two more things. We want the user to be able to log out. So once the user come here and click log out, that should be able to log out and no more be authenticated. And also we want it that before a user can access this page, the user must be logged in. If the user tries to come to this page when he's not logged in, it's going to be redirected to the login URL. I'm going to show you how to do that. First of all, let's create a new path for logout. Logout. Come to views, logout. I'm gonna take a request also. So let's just close that up. So this logout view is quite easy. All we just need to do here, say auth the log out request. Then we'll now run direct sign in form. Since we have this now, and just easily come into the index and search for logout. Right here, logout. Right here where we have logout now. just say log out. Come back here now and hit refresh. Come here, say log out. Boom, we are logged out, and it takes us to the login page to login. One more thing we want to do, as I said, is that if I come to this home page now, you see I'm still able to even access this home page while I'm not even logged in. We want that to stop. So for us to do this, we're going to use a decorator. Django has this built-in function that allows us to basically take care of this login. Like when a user is not logged in or not authenticated, we want to redirect the user to a page before bringing them back to another page. So let me show you what I mean by this. First of all, we are going to need to import something. So let's scroll all the way up right here and say from django.contrib.auth.decorators import login required. And this login required is going to allow us to be able to direct a user to the login page if it's not logged in and trying to access a page. So as I said, once a user wants to access this index page, it needs to be logged in. For me to do that now, I can easily like configure this and say if user is not logged in or is not authenticated, then redirect the person. But I don't want to do that. So what I want to do is, because that is like, this is a better way to do it, just like a line of code. I'm just going to say at login required. I'm going to specify the login URL. So that means URL, it should redirect the user into, that is sign in URL. So if I save this now and I come here to this home page, as you can see, it takes me to this login because I am not logged in. And you see, automatically after I sign in, it takes me to the home page. So let me go to John, and okay, that was valid credentials, John. So right now I can view this page. One more thing I need to do is to also put that login required in logout, because a user can be logged out already and can come to log out to try and log out. So let's just make sure that the user is logged in first before you can log out. So let's just copy this. That's good to go. That's basically how to do that. And save that. And now we have everything done about the authentication to this point. So now we can just log in. Sure. Good. So to this point now, we're able to log in. So now let's go ahead and continue with the settings view. So this settings view basically is going to be where the user can upload or change his profile image, or you can also like add his bio and like a location, or change his bio and location. So what we want to do first of all, in the URLs, let's create a new URL and we're going to name the URL settings. So just say settings, and it should take from the views.settings and name equals settings. Also views, now we need to come here and create a new view, and let's name that view settings. Take a request and we just render the settings.html, which is this page, setting.html. So now we can save this, but before we save, we also want to give it this login required decorator. And this is because a user can't come to settings or to change profile image or something like that if they are not logged in. That's just not possible. So we give it that, and let's save it. So now if we go back to check our application, you should be able to go to /settings. So let's see, settings, SETTS. Once we come here, it should basically load up that page. Good. So we have this form here right now. So we're going to tweak this form a lot. We don't need this. We basically don't need most of this. What we just want is a file field or an image field, the text field for the bio, something like this, and a location field. That's what we want. But if you want to add your own customization, you can add anything you want. You can allow the user to be able to update first name and last name, working in a relationship, even all of this. But just for this tutorial, what we're going to be doing is just basically the fields we created in our profile model, which we didn't set. So if I come into model.py, you know that we've already set user and user ID for each user, but we haven't set bio, profile image, and location. So that is the form where a user will be able to set all of that. So what I want to do now, I'm going to come to the sign up. So now once a user basically is logged in, so a user creates an account, and right here I said log in user, and then redirect to the settings page. So that what we want to do now. So we want to automatically log in that user and redirect to the settings page, because now if you be following along, you know that once a user sign up, nothing is going to happen. It just bring that user back to this page. But what we want to do is that once a user sign up, it should take the user, first of all, automatically log in the user, and then take the user to settings page. So let's do that. So say user underscore login equals to auth.authenticate. I want to authenticate with username, password. I'm gonna give you the username that's just been created, and also password with the password that has just been created. So now once we have this, we can just use say auth.login. Down here we'll say auth.login, take a request. I want to log in using this user login right here. So now it's gonna log the user in, and then once it logs the user in, it's gonna create a profile object for that user. And after saving that profile object, we want to redirect the user to the settings page. We're taking the user to the settings page and not back to the sign up. So this is what we want. So we can just go ahead and close this up. And if we come to the sign in, that is taken care of. So once the user is logged in, just take the user to the home page where you can see the post feeds and everything. So that is done, and we can just save that. What we want to do now is to come into the settings, and we want to first of all go to the HTML page and change some things in here. So if we basically just go into settings.html, so right here we're going to change some things. We're going to remove some form, tweak some form, and yeah, so let's get started with that. So right here where we have, let's see what we want to remove. Where we have account settings, we don't want to remove it actually. We just want to add some things in there. So you can see where we have account settings right here. We want to show like account setting for this user, like maybe for John, which is the user. So whichever user is currently logged in, we want to show. So first of all, and we also want to have a link here where user can go to the home page back, because right now user can't just go. User has to start removing the URL bar to go or pressing back. We don't want that. We want a link here that will allow the user to go home. So we'll come back here and we'll have an a tag, and that should just take the user to the home, and we'll close it and we'll say home, save that and come back here, hit refresh. So it says home, account settings. If I click on this home, it takes me to the home page, but we want to do something like home/account settings, so we know that that's the directory we are in. So let's say home/account setting, but now we'll say account setting for, then we'll show the user, but that user has to be in a bold tag. So to show the currently logged in user in the Django template or in the HTML file, this is what we do. We open two curly braces and close it, and we'll say user.username. That's what we do. If you want to show the email, which I don't know why you show that, but you want to show it to be user.email, so let's just hit refresh button. So as you can see, it says /account settings for john@g.com, which is the email the user put when he was logging in. So let's just say user.username. Now we save this, hit refresh. So account settings for John. Now that is good. We've done that. Next thing we want to do to go back here, and then we are going to scroll down. First of all of these UL tag basically don't need it. Just gonna comment that out. So I'm actually building this from scratch, so you understand everything that we're going to be doing here. And after this, let's have like a break just to leave the space. So there's a little bit of space there, and let's have like a line to demarcate R. Fresh. So there's just a line there just to demarcate this is the title and this is the main page. Now that we have this, just close that gap. Now we're gonna come here. In this basic, we want something like general settings. So this should be like the general setting. Let's just change it to general. Now that's done. And now let's tweak the form. But before we even do that, we don't need privacy also. So we're gonna scroll down right here. You see where we have this privacy. So all the way from here to the end of the privacy div tag, I have to close all of that. So from here, close this. That. So now that just basically close that div tag for us. Let's scroll down. Yeah, so that's good. And if we save it and go back there now, we don't have that again because we don't need it. And the next thing we want to do is to remove first name, last name. We want to remove email. That about me, we want to change it to bio. We want to leave location, remove working at, and remove relationship. So we're basically just removing the things we don't need and keeping the things that we need. Yeah. First name. Nope. About me, we change this to bio. Give it an ID of bio. Name of bio. Actually, we can leave the ID, but what we need to change is the name. That's what we're going to be using to get it in a backend. So now the location, we're going to leave that, and what we need to add is the name for this location. So since we don't have a name, just say name equals location. Good. So come back here and hit refresh. We have bio, we have location, and we don't need working at and relationship. So working at, relationship, be gone. So we remove that. Let's save and refresh. Good. So what we want to have now is another field for the profile image. So we're going to go up here, have tag like this, and then I'm going to say profile image. This will be a file field. The name be profile. Let's just give the name image. Let's save this. Hit refresh. So now we have this. So we have the profile image, the bio, and the location. So we're also gonna do something like, when you go to like Instagram and you already have a bio, once you come to the settings, you'll see the bio you already have there. So for example, let's say we have a bio here and we hit save. If we hit save and it's saved to our database, when we come back here, we don't see that bio here. We want to be able to see that bio. So we're going to do that later, and you're basically going to understand what I'm talking about when we do that. But first of all, since we have all of this done, let's just make sure we have our form, because all of this needs to be in a form so we can send it to the view. So right here, that general right here. What we just need to have here now, the form. So let's do the form. We're going to go ahead and close that form at the bottom. So we're closing the form right before this other comment somewhere. We also have a button to save that. So we have this save button here. Okay. So we have this save button. It should be right here. So let's just leave that like that. And then since we have this done already, let's just set an action. So let's set an action. So as always, we want it to come back here and have a method of post. We also need to set up the CSRF token. So now that we have all this set up, we in this button here, this button should be submit button. First of all, we don't need this cancel. What? But we can do something like once they hit cancel, take them to the home page. Let's just put that in there. Slash. So if they cancel and they don't want to do that again, look at the bottom left corner, you'll see that it's taking them to the home page. So that's what we want. And this save button, type button, actually the type should be submit, just so that it submits this form. Now we hit refresh. Maybe able to save and it brings back here. Good. So now all of this is working fine. Next step is to go into our views. So right here in our views, where we have these settings, we're going to have to do a little bit of coding here. So what we're going to do first of all, we want to get the particular profile object of this user, of the logged in user. The user profile goes to profile dot objects dot get user equals to request dot user. So basically what this is doing is saying that we have a new variable named user profile, and the value we are giving that is profile.object.get. That means we're getting a particular object. So we're getting the profile object in which the user, come back here, in which the user is the currently logged in user, currently authenticated user. Since we have that, what we want to do is to pass, let me just make sure I'm copying that, pass that into our HTML view. So like this, user profile and user profile. So now that we have this, if I come into my HTML settings.html, I can actually do something now. So as you know, as default, a user already have like a profile picture. We already have a profile image that we gave the user when he first of all come here. You see that profile image has a default of blank profile picture. So since the user has a profile image, we should be able to tell the user that there is a profile image here. We should be able to give it like a value, a default value here. Then if the user wants to change, then it can go ahead and change. And also the same thing, if the user already has a bio, we want to show it here so it can edit or change. Same for location. So we're going to come back to settings. First of all, let's start with the bio. So we don't have a value, so let's have a value in the bio. No, since this is a text area, we don't put the value here. In here is where we put the value. So we just use the curly braces and we say user profile dot bio. Since we already sent that from the views to the HTML, it should be fine. So user profile dot bio. Location, this is an input, so it needs to have a value. If it's having a value, it doesn't need a placeholder. So let's give value, and let's say user profile dot location, and this is going to automatically fill this place in if the user has a bio or location. We refresh, we shouldn't see anything yet, so we're not submitting it. Does it enter? We won't see anything here because this user doesn't even have a bio or location. But now let's come to profile image. For us to do this is gonna be the same actually. So what we're just gonna do is to say after placeholder, or we don't even need a placeholder, we'll say value be equals to user profile dot profile img. Now if we save this and come here and hit refresh, now right here we're supposed to see the current profile image of the user, but we're gonna fix that again in after we do something, and I'm gonna also explain why we do that. But first of all, let's leave this like this, and what we want to do is basically just come into views. Right now, once the user hits submit, we want to be able to send all this data to the views, update the data, or even create a new data for that particular user. So for this image, HTML has this security system that doesn't give a default image. So that's why we're not going to be able to use this value for this image. Now, I remember working on a few projects a while ago and we tried to do this, but because HTML has this security system, as I said, that it won't allow you to put an image or a default image when a form loads, just for some kind of securities. And that's why we're not going to put value for that. But there are other ways to go about this. First of all, if there is a user, we can just display the URL here that you already have a profile or you want to update or something, or we can just even showcase the profile image here. So let's see what we can do. And this is not too important, but just to make sure that we do something there, we can have an image src, and that can be from profile user profile dot profile img dot url. So let's make sure we change this to dot. Let's save this first of all and hit refresh. So as you can see, it basically just shows the current profile, and if we change it, we're going to change it in a bit, but if we change it, this should change also. Let's try to style that with, I don't know, 25, height 5. Just testing the size first, see how small. Okay, that's too small, so let's give it like 100. Okay, so that is good. Now you might want to put it in another way, or anyhow you want to do it. So first of all, let's say we should have like current image, or anyhow we want to do it, but let's just leave it like this first of all. So this is the current profile image. That is good. Now what we just want to do now is to come into the views, and right here in the views we're gonna say if request dot method equals to post, and we want to get something. And what we want to get first of all, we want to get if the user actually tries to update the profile image or not. Now this is because in our models we made sure that this profile image right here is compulsory. So when submitting a new form, we're supposed to have a profile image. So we can say if request dot files dot get image equals to none. So again, there are plenty ways you can do all these things. Like this is just the way I'm going to do it in this tutorial. So what we're just saying now is that if the request of file.get is equals to none, so that means if there is no image being sent, then we just want to get only. So if we scroll down here, what we just say Let's even get the image also. Image goes to user underscore profile dot profile image. What this is doing is that if the user didn't submit any image, it's just getting the current image that is ready, that the user already have, and just like resubmitting that again, basically. So then we are just getting the bio request dot post bio, and we'll also do the same for the location. Let's get the location. So now, since we have all of this, we can just update the user's profile object. So now, what we want to do first of all, because we already have a file being sent. So for us to have a file being sent, if we come into this form right here, whenever you are sending a file, you need to make sure that you have another like attribute in here. So what we want to do, because HTML and also when working with Django, we need to configure some things, like when we use post method, we have the CSRF token. So when we're submitting a file in the form, we need to make sure that we have enc type, and then we'll say multi-part slash form data. Now this must be there, because if this is not there, it's not going to submit that form. It's going to submit the rest, the text, the text area, all those values is going to submit them, but it's not going to submit the image or the file. And you must make sure you have this in. Let's just save that. Now we can come back to the views, and in here let's just basically say user profile dot profile image goes to image. Do the same thing and say user profile dot bio. I want to make it equals to bio, and also user profile dot location, make it to be equals to location. Now that we have all of this, let's just say user profile dot save. Now we've updated that particular model. But what if the user is submitting an image? So let's say if request dot files dot get image is not equals to none. Use the exclamation mark. It is not none. Then that means there's something there. So now, since we have that, we are basically just gonna get that image that the user sent. So say image be equals to request. And now when we're getting image, even if we're using a post method, it's going to be quite different. Say request dot get request dot files, because we're dealing with files, and dot get, we're going to have no brackets, say image. So we want to get the value, store it as image, and then we just want to basically do the same thing for the bio. So we just copy this here. So bio, we're just saying request dot post bio location, request dot post location, and we're saying user profile dot profile image equals to image, and the same for bio and location, and then we are saving it. And once we save it, we want to redirect the user. So say return direct back to this settings. Now that we have all of this configured, this should totally work. Let's go ahead and test that out. I'm gonna come back here, hit refresh. Now let's change this profile image. Let's see what we can change it to. Just allowing that to load up folders, and we have all of these images here. Let's just change it to one of it. So it gives it this, and let's say bio, I am John. Coolest nerd. And location, let's just say Manchester. Now we can save. Once we save, boom, see, it brings us back to this page. But now this profile image has been updated. Now the bio says I am John and I am the coolest nerd. and it gives us location. Actually, let's keep. Doesn't need to be a nerd. So we save that, and you can see that also updates. Let's come to home, and if I go back to account settings, not sure if I've updated that. Okay, it's still saying settings.html, but if we go /settings, you see that that bio is there, so it has been saved in our database. We have the location there also, and the profile image saved. So if we come right here and then we go to John's profile object, what we should see now is John, the ID, his bio, a link to his profile image, and then Manchester. And that thing I want you to see is how this profile image uploaded basically. So remember that in here, now models said you should upload to profile images. So as you can see here, that's what it did. He uploaded to profile images / i.jpg, whatever the name of the file is. So if I come into media now, no, not social book, media, you can see now that I have a new folder named profile images, and in there I have the image that the user uploaded. Basically, that's how we can configure these settings. So what we just want to do, the last thing, is to come into index right here where we have account setting. On that, to go to /settings. That should work, and we do not need explore and not also help. So let's save this and come back here. Go to home. Come here now. We should be able to go to the account settings to see it, and we can change the location. Let's say it moved. Let's say Toronto, and we save it now. The location is Toronto. Go to home. Come back to the account settings. So that is still there basic, and we can also cancel like we don't want to do. And it brings us back here. So for now, we've been able to have the account settings for the user where he can update his bio, his location, and his profile image. Now let's move to the next step. And let's get working with a user being able to upload a post. So the first thing we want to do is to go into our models.py file, and right here we want to create a new model for the post. So say class post models.model, and we want it to have an ID. We also want it to have the user, and it should be the username. We want it to have the image which the user is uploading, the caption of that image, the created at, that's the date it was posted, you can name that created at, and the number of likes. So giving it all of these fields. And ID, we're going to use the UUID field. So first of all, we need to come up and import UUID. So this UUID just helps us to generate a unique ID for this particular field for each of the posts. And we also want to import something else. We want to import date time. So say from date time, import date time. So this date time is going to take care of this created at, so it will get the date that post was created or uploaded. So now for the ID, let's say models.uuid field, and we'll say primary key equals true. So this primary key equals true means is like this is the ID now of this particular post, the identification of each of the objects. Now this is because once we have an ID, as a default, Django creates an ID for us, which just has like the first post we have an ID of 0, the second post 1, 2, 3, and so on. But we want to change that. I want to give it this unique ID, so it's going to have like a long character, but it's going to be very unique. and want to set that to the main ID of each of the objects. So it's basically replacing the initial ID when we say primary key equals true. But anyways, anytime we are using an ID field in a Django model, we need to say primary key equals true. If not, it will just give us an error anyway. So now let's say default equals uuid dot uuid4. So now this is what we need. We are using the uuid field. Primary key is set to true, and the default is uuid.uuid4. So now the user, this time around, we're not using a foreign key. We're not joining them together. What we're just going to use is a character field. And this is what is going to go in here is the username. That's the owner of the post. So let's just say 100. And then image. Now image is going to be an image field. So models.image field. Upload to. And then we'll say, let's upload it to, let's say, post images. The other one, which was this, we uploaded it to profile images, but this time around we want to upload it to post images. Say post underscore images. So that is done. And the next one is caption. Now this is just going to be a text field. Say models.text field, and we don't need to put anything in there. Rated at is going to be a date time field. So say models dot date time field right here, and we'll give a default of date time equals now. So we'll say default will have to be equals to date time equals. Close that up. So default date time equals that. And now next one is the number of likes. So the models that's integer field. I'll have to give it a default equals 0, because when a user just upload a post, the initial likes number should be 0. And when someone like, then it will be increasing. And when someone dislike, it will decrease. So let's just return it in with, we'll say self, we'll say return self dot user, this time not dot user dot username dot user, just because this is not a foreign key, so it's not an object that is being passed in here. What is being passed in here is just the username. So dot user. Now we can save this, and now that we have this saved, we can just come into our command prompt. First of all, we want to opt out of the server that is already running, and then we are going to make migrations and migrate. Python manage.py make migrations. So this command line is just gonna, as I said earlier, is gonna change or make the changes, save the changes that we made in our models.py file. So it's gonna save it into a file named initial. It's gonna save it into, okay, so it gives us an error, has no attribute uuid field. Okay, so the error right here is that this uuid field is supposed to be small letters. So let's just run that again. So each of the changes is saved into a brand new file. So if we come to this file, so 001 initial, then the more migrations we make, now let's just wait for that to make migrations, and when we migrate, you're going to see that there's a new file here. Okay, exactly. So we made migrations, that works. A new file is being created. It's just updating it. That's the way Django just works. You don't really need to understand why that is. That's just the way Django works with make migrations and migrate. That's what happens when you run that command. money.py migrate. And now this is just going to migrate it to our database for us. Very simple stuff. Good. Now let's run our server again. And that's good. So now that we have this in our database, let's make sure that is running so we can go check. Before we check, let's register this in our admin panel. So we'll open admin.py. Just a post. Now that we have that, we can close this up and we can basically just go into our admin panel right here. And if we come to home, so once we come to home now, under this core app, we should see profiles and we should also see posts with this. Just wait for that to load. Second, good. So as you can see now, we have this post model. Now this is where we're going to be storing all the posts that every single user on our platform makes. So that's good. Now let's go back in there. And the next thing we want to do now is to go into urls.py and create a new URL for take care of uploading a post. This should be upload. Upload, and we'll come into our views. Don't need, and just right here we have a new view, a new function, takes a request, and let's just turn an HTTP response for now. Upload view. We don't just want to leave the response blank so we don't get an error. We're just returning an HTTP response. And one more thing, let's also add this plugin required in upload so that a user can just go to our website and try to upload or try to send some data to it without even. Let's save this and let's save this. Now that we have that done, we're going to come into our index.html. Let me quickly go to our website. Right here where we see upload pics or videos. So once we click on it, it's going to open this. So we want the user to be able to choose file, and we want there to be a box for caption. So the user can see the caption or see a field where you can input the caption, and there should also be a submit field. So now let's just go ahead and do that. First of all, we are into uploading videos, so we just change upload pics to that's for where it is written upload pics. Right here we change this feed to pics. Right here also changes to pics. Now let's see the next thing we want to do. So before we even continue, I want us to be able to have like a text around that area that says welcome user. So the user might be around this area that can say welcome, like John. I think John is the one logged in now, so John, we know he is logged in. And another thing is we want to change this particular icon. This is just a default icon. Now we want to change it to the profile picture of the currently logged in user. Let's go ahead and do that. Now let's go to where we have this image. What I'm just gonna do, right click on it, and I'm gonna copy the image link. I'm gonna search for that image right here. So what I'm gonna do, instead of here, good, right here we can see it, what we're looking for. But we actually have it in, I think, 10 different places, as we can see here. So okay, I think this is it. So right here, what we just need to do, we need to go into the views of the index, and we need to get the profile object and then pass it in here. So we're going to do form into views. Right here, we're going to say user object. So first get the user object, and we'll say user dot objects dot get one in which the username is equals to request dot user username. So now we have the object of the currently logged in user, and now we want to get the user profile object. The user profile should be equals to profile dot object dot get the one in which the user equals to the user object. Now I hope you understand what I did. So first of all, I got the object of the currently logged in user. Now that I have that object, I use it to get the profile. Now if we come into models file, we'll be able to see that in here, for us to get the particular object with the user, we need to provide the object of the user, since we're using a foreign key. We're using a foreign key and we're connecting it to this user model. So to get the object, the profile object of a specific user, we need to provide the profile, the user object. You understand? We can also do it another way. We can provide the user ID, but I just feel like this is a better way. So now that we have the that profile object, what we can just do is to pass that into our HTML. Just copy this now. Just a user profile goes to user profile. And what this is doing is that it's basically just sending this variable of user profile into our HTML. So right here now, if I come to index, I can remove this and we can access that using the user profile. Say dot, and let's see what we use to save it. We use profile image dot profile image dot URL. So we use dot URL when I want to get the URL of an image field or a file field in general. Now if I save this and I come here and I hit refresh, but I shouldn't see this image here. Good. So I see the image of the currently logged in user. If I go to account settings and change the profile image, the new profile image that should. So we have that done. The next thing we want to do is to have the welcome John or welcome whatever the username is. So we're going to scroll up a little bit. First of all, down to some things. So right from this div, up here, I'm gonna comment that out, and also this, just to code as we are going. The ones we don't need, we'll cancel them out. Now that we have that, all I just want to do, and hit refresh. Let's see. We have upload pics. Before this upload pics, we want to have, let's see. I think we can cancel this now. And we have the upload here. So let's look for something, find it. So let's see, please upload for that. Good. So now we are in the form basically. Right here, this is the input for the file where it says choose file. And what we can do right now, we need to make sure that this is inside a form, so we can basically post that form in there. So up in here, so where we see import videos from YouTube, that's not here, but okay. So let's just scroll up. So basically, when you have a template, you just for a way to look for how to or where to put your form. Okay, so this is please upload so we want to put the form, let's say around here before upload pics. see. Okay, good. So the form should be like here. We have the form here. Cut this out, and wherever that div is ending, that is where we're gonna click. But it says the div ends here. Close it. This actually do we need that. Okay, so we're closing the form here, we're opening the form here, and this is not part of the form. You can actually leave this, but image size maximum. And yeah, so now all of this is inside the form. Now that all of this is inside the form, we can have like an input for each of them. So what we just want to do right here, where we have, scroll up a little bit, pics of videos, we're going to scroll up to the end of the form. So this, comment that out and hit refresh. Let's see. Okay, so don't need to comment that out. Upload pics or videos. So let's just say upload pics. If we say that now we have a file field, is what we want, just hit refresh. Make sure everything is working. All right, so now we have a file field, which is what we want. And what we're just gonna do is to come here. We're gonna remove it from this custom div. We're gonna a form custom. I'm gonna save that, and now under here we're gonna have type. So come here, AF class UK text. All right, so now what we want to do is to say the type of the file, and then name equals to image underscore upload. So we save that, hit refresh. Okay, so we have this field now. We don't need this of all. So it says choose file, which is the image that we want to upload. And the next thing we want to have is like a text area. So let's go back there. So we want to have a text area beneath. So we can still be inside this div tag. Just have text area. Let's just close. Now that we have this, say let's give it a class. Button, soft, running, and small. Just give it that styling. Paste that in there. So now that we have that, we can give it a name and the placeholder and stuff like that. Let's say name equals caption and placeholder equals caption, and just have like 3 dots. Now let's hit refresh and see how the form looks. If we upload page, okay, good. So now right here, basically have here where it says choose image, and right here also we have the place for the form to place for the caption in the form. So now let's have a break. We have a button. So what we want to do in this button is button. I want to give it a class, so it would have the styling. So let's say class equals to 700, and let's give it a name or a type. So this button should be a submit type. So since we have these, right in here, you can say upload. Since we have upload, let's also give this styling of button. From here, that class, let's see how our button looks. All right, so it says upload, the caption, the image, and good. So we want to remove this or upload. So don't need that. And actually, what we can do is we can have our form right here, and we can close the form after this div tag right here. Let's just close the form. Then indented well, and then we can come down where we add that form. Get the form somewhere. So right here, move the form there, scroll up. No, not there. So this is in a form. That's good actually. What we just need to do, go up to where the form begins for this. We have added the form earlier. Good. So we can remove that now. Scroll back or way down that form. So now that is good. So now that we have this form, we can basically continue with what we want to do. What we just want to do now is to allow the user to be able to upload an image, put the caption, hit upload, send it to our view, and then create a new object for those data or with those data. So now where we have our form right here, you can say action should go upload, and then method should be post. And one more thing, since we are dealing with, we have files in here, we have to put CSV type equals multi-part slash form hyphen data. Now this works, and now we can hit save. So since we have all of this now being sent to this upload view, we can come back in here, and in our upload view we can basically get all those data. So now in our upload view, the first thing we want to get is if the request of method is post. So if request the method equals to post, we'll do a specific thing. That's when we'll create data. But if it's not equals to post, that means if a user just tried to go to slash upload without even posting anything, let's just return the user to the home page. So that's good. So now if it's a post method, let's first of all get the user, the image, caption, and yeah, that's what we need. So for the user, it equals to request dot user dot username. So if we come into our models.py, let's see what we need to give. In our post, we don't need to put the UUID, that's a default. We need to give it a user, we need to give it the image, and the caption. You don't need to give it the created art and no like. So just the image and caption right now. So we'll say image caption. So image is equals to request dot files dot get image upload. Let's just go ahead and confirm that right here in our form this image name was image upload. And then for caption, press dot post caption. That's that. And now we can just easily create a new one. So we can just say new post and be equals to post. Before we use post here, we need to import post. So probably not imported that. Only imported profile. Now that we have post imported, we can say post dot objects dot create user equals to user. The we also want to give it the image. So if we come here, give it user image and caption. So the image equals to image, caption equals to caption. Now that we've given it all these details, we can come to the next line now and say new post dot save. So after saving it, we just want to redirect, say return direct home page. Now this should work. Come back here and let's hit refresh. Okay, it's not running. Let's wait for this to reload. And once this reload, we can test that out basically. So loading. Now we can come into upload pics and let's the pic from here. That should open up folder, file manager basically. And we should be able to choose a pic and let's just choose anyone. And we'll say nature. And let's upload. So it gives us this 403 forbidden. And now this is because in our form right here, we used a post method, but we didn't add the srf token. So that must be there. Let's save this and go back. Try to upload again. Here. Hit upload. Good. So it brings us back here. It doesn't tell us anything, doesn't show us anything yet. But if we come into the admin panel and hit refresh, be able to see a new post object created. So let's wait for that to load. Good. So now we see a new post object created for John, and we can have all the details of that post. So let's wait for that to. And I'm also going to explain something in this URL. So you can see now the ID which we put the username, the link to the image, caption, the date it was created at, and now it has 0 likes. So remember when I said this UUID now replaces the ID when we say primary key equals true. So now in the link, that is the identification for that post. So that's what I was talking about when I said when we set primary key equals true. So that replaces the initial ID that Django provides and use that as the ID. So now we are able to upload the post and allow everything show like this and allow it to save into our database and allow everything show like this. What we should do now is to return everything and show it in the post feed. When we come in here, as you can see, this is still just showing all these static images or these dummy images that we put there. So what we want to do now is to change this, and we want to get all these images and the person that it and whatever, once we get it from our database. So let's do that. So now what we want to do is to go ahead and customize this post feed. So right here, once a user logs in, what we want the user to see is a list of posts or random posts. But for now, because we've not yet implemented the feature of being able to follow a user, what we are just going to do is to show a list of all the posts we have in our database. So because we don't have the followers and following, when we implement that, we're going to be able to show only the posts of the users that the logged in user is following. So like when you log into Instagram or any other social media, that you see the post of people you're following or related or anything related to that. So that's what we're going to do later in this video. But for now, let's just take away these static images and stuff, and let's change it to a list of all the posts we have in our database. So actually this is very easy. What we just need to do is to come into our index view, and right here in our index view, we're just gonna say, so we don't need upload again, collapse that. And right here, what we want to get is, we can say feed list, or let's just say post equals to post.object.all. Now this is all we need to write, and we can just pass it in here by using a comma, and then like that. So now we can save this, and now that we have this saved, we can come into index, and right here in index, what we can just search for, first of all, we want to come and look for where we have these other ones, the ones below it. We want to delete any other one we have below it. We just want to leave this one, and then we're going to loop through it. So we're going to come, so we have this right here. So since we have this right here at Tomi_ml, we know that that's the one for this. So post header post 1, so this is under post 1. Good. Post 2, let's also collapse that. Load more, let's collapse that. We're gonna just remove all this basically. Post 3, post 4, load more. Yeah, so we want to delete all of this. We just want to keep only one, so we deleted everything to post 2. Now if I save it and come back in here, what I should be seeing is just only this first post. Good. So this is all we have now, and what we just want to do is to open that back. Let's close that back first of all. So this post, we want to loop through it. In Django, when we are sending a list, come back here now. When we are sending a list from here, so we say post.object, or this is basically returning to us as a list. So this that we pass into the view is a list. So if we come in here now, we can basically loop through that list and just display all the data we got. So we can say for posts in posts, and then we're gonna end the for loop. So now that we've used the for loop, we can change this to the post dot, can come into our models.py file, so the post.user. So this will change to the username of the person that posted it, and let's try that out. So that is John. So for now, we just have this John basically just because the what is getting from the database as the user of John. So we also want to change the image to the image that this John uploaded, and yeah, so I'm gonna scroll down So we have this delete post function, which we're also going to take care of later. So right here where we have image src, so we want to have post dot image dot url. And if we hit refresh, good. So you can see that is the image we uploaded that we have here now. And I just want to change the link, because right now if I click on this, it's still going to that image that we had earlier, but now we want to change that to this image. So let's just change that to this image. So whatever image it is what it should go to. If I click on it, it opens that image larger. So now the next thing we want to do is to have like a caption. So for us to have a caption, we're just going to look for where we can put that caption. So we're going to scroll down where we have the likes. So if we come down here, I think we have it right here where it says liked by. So in this place, we're just going to basically have a caption, and we can say, first of all, let's say I want to remove all of these. So don't need this. Not need this. And let's hit refresh. Okay, good. So we're just basically taking out all the things we don't want. And now let's see. Let's see what we have now. We need that. Take this away. See. Okay, so right under here we want to have the caption. And where we have the caption, we have like the person that posted it and then the caption. So let's do that right now. And what we're just gonna do, so we're having it right under here. So where we have this right here, so we're just gonna say let's have a p tag, and in that p tag let's have an a tag. So this a tag is gonna be the user. So we'll say post.user, and then we also want to have the caption of that post.caption. Let's save it and hit refresh. So now we have this is the user, and then we have the caption. So now we have this, but it doesn't look well. Let's like give this one a strong tag, and let's also link it. So what I want to do now is to cut this out, this strong, paste that in there. So we have John now strong, and this. So this and this, we want it that once a user clicks on one of these, it should take the user to the profile page of this user. We've not yet set up the profile page feature, but let's just give it an a tag first of all. So this has an a tag, but it should stop here. So let's just give it a link. Let it go to hash first of all, and if we scroll up where we have the post.user, that should also be in a link tag. So a, put that back in there, give it that, and give it an hash. Now if we come back here and hit refresh, once we click on it, it just basically brings us to this hash. But later when we've taken care of the profile in the profile page feature, then we'll be able to link that. And also we're also going to do with that if this post is for logged in user, then the user should be able to delete this post. But basically now we are able to upload a picture and just showcase it in the feed. So let's try that out now. So if we upload a pics, we wait for that to load up the files, and now let's upload this, and let's say the world is beautiful. and then we hit upload. So now that we hit upload, we have this right here. So you can see now that we have the second image right here, like what is in our database is what is showing right here now. But as you can see, the second one is what is down. So we basically want to have the latest posts at the top. So to do that, we can come in here and say for post in post reversed. Hit refresh now. You see we have the latest post right here. So we've been able to take care of the feed, the photos feed, and let's move to the next step. So now we stopped at this post feed where we can just easily get the data of all the objects we have in the post model in our database. So as you can see right now, we just have all the posts we have stored in our database. Well, normally we are not going to stop this post feed just like this because that doesn't make sense. We want to be able to customize it for each specific user. That means we want to get the post of the user that I am following, so not just all the posts we have in the database. But since, as I said in the last section, since we've not implemented that yet, we're just going to stick with this for now. And what we want to do is to be able to like a post. So this button here, once the user clicks on it, we want the user to be able to like that post. And also right here, it should be updated like this post has 3 likes, this post has 4 likes, and once we unclick from that button again, we should be able to unlike the post. So let's just go ahead and do that. Now we're just gonna come in here. The first thing we want to do is to have a URL where we're going to be submitting, the data of which post we are liking and who is liking that post. So we're going to come here now. We're just going to copy and paste that, and we're going to have a new path. We're going to name it like -post. So we're just going to copy this, put it in there for the name, and then for the views can't have an hyphen, it needs to have an underscore. So now let's just copy that for the view, and right here in views, we're going to close this for now. Let's create a like post function, and then we can just create it like under upload right here. So df like post, take a request, and let's pass first of all, and we also want it to have login required. So URLs, we save these also. Now this is good. The next thing we want to do is to come into our index.html. So right here, let's see where we have that like button. We want to be able to link it to submit like a mini form, not really a form, but let's see where we have the like button first of all. So there's the like button right above John, and then that should be down here. Okay, so this is the like button, I suppose. No, this is the other button to download. So now this is the like button, and as you can see, that like button is already linking somewhere which has an H. So what we want to do is to change it to /like-post, like-post. So now once the user click on this, you should go to /like-post, but we want to go there by sending some data. So let's send post ID. So we want to send the post ID, and the post ID will be post.id. So let's save this and check this out. I'm going to refresh this page now, and then once I hover on this button, if you look at the bottom left corner, you are going to see that we have /like-post, a question mark, then post_id equals to the ID of that specific post. Now if we go to the next one, we see the ID of that post. So each post has a different unique ID. But since now, once we click on that, we're sending it to that view, it's going to give us an error now that this particular place does not return anything. So it doesn't have return an HTTP object. But that's for now. But what we want to do is once we click on that, it will take us to that view, but within like a millisecond, it's going to take us to that view, automatically create a new object in our database, and that object is going to be under a model that we're going to create, and that model is going to take care of liking posts. So when a user likes a post, it's going to create an object that this post ID was liked by this user. So that object is, that model is going to have two fields, and then once it does that, it's going to check if the user has liked this post already or he has not liked this post. So if he has liked this post, it's going to update that, and if he has not liked this post, if he has liked this post, it's going to update that here by reducing the likes. But if you are not like this post, what it's just going to do is to increase the likes. So now let's just go ahead and do that. And once that is done, we want it to redirect us back to this. Right here in our models file, first thing we want to do is to have a new model. Say class like post, and that should obviously take from the model dot models. And what we just want to do is to have a post underscore ID, and that should just be a models dot character field, and let's have a max length like 100, and the username, that's the username of the user that is liking this post. Let's say models dot character field, and that should have a max length 100, and let's say df dr self. What we're just gonna do is to return self.username. So this is what we have now, and what we want to do before we even run migration is to go ahead and import that here in admins.py file so we can register it in our admin panel. Copy paste, copy this, paste, and save. So now that should be registered. But before we go and view that, let's make sure we come here. So it gives us an error, said models.model doesn't exist. It should be model.model, that's models.model. I come back here now and cut out of that. Okay, so that should just cut out of that, and now we'll say Python manage.py make migrations, and this should save the changes and tell us what has been updated. Now we can say Python manage.py migrate. Now this is just going to migrate that to our database. Good. Now let's run our server back, and once we have our server running, good, we can just come back to our browser, and actually the tab where I opened an incognito tab or a private window where I logged the admin user in, I closed that tab, so we just have to open that again and quickly log in the admin user. So say /admin, and remember that earlier in this tutorial we created unique admin user. Let's just log that in. Good. So now we logged in, and we now see a new model called like posts. So now once a user like a post, it should update here, and once a user unlike, it should also update here. And let's just go ahead and do that. So till this point now, we've created the model. Right here, we've been able to link to where the user will be able to save whatever the user is doing, whether liking or unliking. And what we just need to do now is to go to this view, the view of this URL, and now collect this data and do the rest. So now let's import like post, and right here where we have this like post, the first thing that we want to do is to just get the username of the currently logged in user. So say request.user.username. So that's that. Just got the username of the currently logged in user, and then the post ID which we sent from our template. So we'll say request.get, and what we just want to do is to get post underscore ID. So we have that now, and then what we want to do is to get the post object. So since we have the ID of that post, we want to get the object, the entire object of that post. So say post is equals to post post.objects. So this post is actually the post model which we imported. If I scroll up here, right here, you see we have that post. So post.objects.get, we want to get the one in which the ID is equals to the post ID that is being sent. So now that we have that, what we just want to do, we want to first of all check, as this user liked this post before, so we want to check if this specific post has been liked by the currently logged in user, so that we'll know whether we want to like or unlike. So what we're just going to do, we'll say like filter. So we want to filter the database, and we'll say like post dot objects dot filter post underscore ID equals post underscore ID. So before I continue, let me quickly explain what I want to do. So I want to get if there is actually an object in our database in which the post ID, if I come into my models, in which the post ID is equals to the current post that is being sent here, and the username is equals to the currently logged in username. Now, if we have an object like that, that means this user has already liked this post. So we know that we need to unlike. That's what I want to do. But if you are very familiar with Django, you know that when I want to get just one model, just one object, I need to use .get, not .filter. But that's when I want to get just one model. And that's what I want to do here. I just want to check if one model exists. But if I do that in this case, it's going to throw me an error, because right here, I am basically not, if that does not exist, it's going to throw me an error. Now I can use an if statement and say if like.post.get blah 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 exists or not, but it's still going to throw me an error. And to solve that, what we just want to do is to use filter. Now when we have filter, we can just say I want to filter in which the post ID is equals to this post ID, and then the username is equals to this username that we got, which is the currently logged in user. So if we have that already, what we want to do now is to say at the end of this, because as we know, this is going to give us back a list, but we just want to get one model, one object. We'll say dot first. So now this is going to give us just the first one it gets, which should even be only one in the first place. So now that we have this, what we can just say is, I'm just going to come here and I'm going to say if like filter is equals to none. Now this means that if it checked through the database and it didn't see any object that corresponds with this input that I gave, then that means the user has not yet liked this post. So we want the user to be able to like this post. So we'll say new like should be equals to like post dot object dot create. I want to create a new one in which the post ID equals to post ID and the username equals to username. Now we can just say new like dot save. And now the next thing we want to do, the reason why we got this post object, so remember that once we got the ID of the post, we have to get the object of that post. Now this is because if we come back here, we'll see that in this post object we have a field called number of likes. Now we just want to increase the number of likes when a user likes that post and decrease the number of likes when a user unlikes that post. So let's do that. Right here now, after saving that, after creating a new like object, what we can just do is to say post dot number of likes should be equals to post dot number of likes, but this time around +1, since a new user is liking this post. Now we can just also say post dot save. After saving that, let's just redirect the user back to the home page. So this should work now. When a user tries to like the post, it should create a new object in the database. But after this, what if this query that we try to search for already exists. That means the user already likes this post. Then we want the user to be able to unlike this post. What we would just say is like filter dot delete. So we just want to delete that particular object that we got since the user want to unlike it. And then we'll say post the number of likes. This time around -1. And we can just say post dot save. And we can also do the same thing by redirecting the user. We'll say return redirect the user back to the home page. So now let's save this and then let's go ahead and test this out. So first of all, if we click refresh, you see that we have no post object here. But we come here now and hit refresh and we try to like this. So nothing shows, it didn't return any response. But if we come back here and hit refresh, we'll now see that we have a new object. And if we go in there, we have the post ID and the username of the user that liked that post. But if we click on that like button again and we come here and hit refresh, we'll see that that is gone. And that is because the user unliked. So if the user unliked, we don't want to have that object again. So one more thing, let's just try to like this other post. So now we come here, we obviously have that here now. And if we go to that post, which is I think the latest one, we'll now see, okay, so it's not this one, it's the second one. That's post. We go to the second one. Now we see that it has the number of likes is 1. But if I come back here and click it again and I come here and hit refresh, now the number of likes is 0. So that basically just fix or solves that we want to do. So now the next thing we want to do is to just show like the number of likes this particular post have. We want to show it under here. So what we should do in there is to go into the index.py, index.html actually. We're going to come in here and then just write under here. So right here, what we want to have is just to say, let's just make sure we are in the right place. Yeah, right here. Okay. So what we want to have right now is have it on the inside the same div tag. So we want to have like a p tag, and let's just say liked by one person. Let's give it like that, and let's hit refresh. Okay, so it just says liked by one person for everything, but we're going to get the data from the backend. So this is liked by one person, okay, but even if it's not liked by one person, it still says that. To change this now, what we want to do is to come into our views.py. Actually, we don't need to go into our views.py because right here we're already getting all the post object and we are sending it here. So each of what we are looping through already has the number of likes because each of the post object has the number of likes field in there. So now we can use this field, just come in here and say liked by post.number of likes person. So now you see this one says liked by 0%, this one say liked by 0%. If I like it, now it says liked by 1%, but this is saying liked by 0% because nobody liked it. But if I say, if I like it, 1%, I dislike this, 0%. So that's what we want to do to that, but this is wrong grammatically in English. So let's just change this to be right. So what we want to do is to use an if statement in the Django templating style. So we can say if post dot number of likes is equals to 0, then what we want to do, let's copy and paste this, is to say no likes. No likes. So since the post have no likes, let's just say no likes. But want to have an else if statement. So we'll just say elif post dot number of likes, if it's equals to 1, and we'll say liked by one person. But now, if it's equals to anything except 0 and 1, that means it is from 2 above. So now we can say else liked by whatever people, just to make sure that is right. And now we can just simply end that if statement. So this is just the way we write a simple if statement in the Django template style. So we create the if statement like this, and this is where we end it. In Python, we just end the if statement using the indentations. Python already understand. But since HTML, the indentation doesn't really matter here, we have to end it using the tags. So now we save that. If I come here and hit refresh, this says no likes because it doesn't have a like, but this says like by one person. So these that have no likes, if I like it, now it says liked by one person. If another person like it, now it should say liked by 2 people. So now we've taken care of that. Everything is working with the likes to this section. So now that we are done with allowing a user to like a post and showing the amount of likes that post have, the next thing we want to do is to customize the profile page. So right now, to this point, we don't have any profile page. So that means if we see a post and we click on the username, it doesn't take us to the profile page of that user, and we can't even see our own profile page. So let's go ahead and add that feature. Now we're just gonna go back to VS Code, and we're gonna come into the urls.py file. So in here, the first thing I want to do is to create a new URL. So under, let's say, upload, I can just say profile. And what I can say after this profile is slash, and I'll say str column pk, and then I can close it. So now this is basically just gonna have the profile page slash the user. So that's gonna be the link to get a user's profile page. And I can take it to views.profile right here, and the name can also be profile. So now I can come into views, and I can just close up this like post, and right here I can say def profile request, and I'll just return render request profile .html. So this profile is coming from this profile.html. So that's the template we're going to use. So now to be able to go to a user's profile, we need to go to profile slash the username. That's what we're going to do. So first of all, let's go into our app and see what that is going to give us. So let's say profile slash, so the username goes here. For now, nothing is going to happen because we didn't even collect this. So right here, after specifying request, we also need to specify the pk. So the pk is what we collected from the URL right here. We said pk is the name or is the key, and the data type is a string. So we can come back here and just save this. Since we collected it, let's hit refresh. Press here, our app is running, and let's see. Good. So this is just the demo profile page, very simple. And as you can see, you just have this image. We can go to the home, and it has this dummy like numbers now right here, and there's a button to follow and all this. So what we want to do now is to customize this. So first of all, like when we enter like John, then we should see all the details of John of this. You should see his profile image, his username, his bio, all the posts, and me as the currently logged in user should be able to follow him. We're also going to do that after this section. So what we want to do now is to go into the views of this profile. First of all, let's also add this login required. And now what we just want to do is to get the user object, first of all, of this user that we're passing. I'm going to say user underscore object should be equals to user dot object dot get username equals to pk. And now that we have the user object, we can get the user profile using the object. So user underscore profile equals to profile dot objects dot get the one in which user is equals to user object. And now that we have that, we can basically pass this user profile. So what we want to do first of all is to pass the let's pass the user object. Okay, because we're going to pass a lot of things, like if we come in here, we're going to pass the user object, user profile. We're going to pass the amount of posts that our user have. It's better we do this in a context. So let's remove this first of all and say context can be equals to, no, not a list, like this. And we can say user object, give it user object, and also the user profile, give it the user profile. And let's see another thing we need to pass. So we are passing the user object just so we can get like the username of the user. We already have that, but let's just pass it if we later we might want to get, we might need a data from that object later. But what we really need is this user profile, because that's where the profile image, the bio goes. But another thing we want to get is the amount of posts that specific user have. So to do this, we are going to have to say user posts now is equals to post dot object dot filter, and we want to filter the one in which the user is equals to pk. So if we come here to confirm, in the post model, the user is just a character field which we are giving as the username. So the one in which user is equals to pk, as we know, this pk is the username of the currently viewed user. So the one in which user is equal to pk, that's a post that is belonging to this user that we're looking for. So once we have that, we just query all of it, and what we can just do, we can say user post length is equals to, let's say, len, and we can just find the length of user post. Now once we find the length, or once we get the length of this user post, we can be able to use that right here. So we can just say the amount of posts. Another thing we can do now, since we already have all the posts of this user, we can just render it here. So we can also click on it, to view that specific image. So what we're just gonna do is to come back, and once we come back here now, we're gonna pass this and say user post, and also user post length, and let's just have a comma, and now we can just pass context. Now let's save this. Now that we have this saved, what we can do, first of all, we can use this user profile. Now we're going to come into profile.html, and right here you can see that we have the username of, so what we're just going to say is user profile dot user dot username. And if we come here and hit refresh, what we should see in the title is profile -John. So let's come back here and see what's up. So okay, right here we have one we didn't, let's see. Okay, right here should be colon, and that should reload. Good. So if we come here now and hit refresh, as you can see now we have profile -John. Good. So now what we want to do is to just scroll down. First of all, let's copy this profile -John. So we're just gonna copy this tag. We're gonna come down to where we have the username. So let's see. This is where the bio is. That means the username should be up. So right here where we have the username, we are just gonna say user profile or user.username. And for the bio goes here. So right here we'll say user profile.bio. Doesn't need a username or any other thing. So that's for that. And let's go ahead and check that out. So now we see John, and here we see user profile.bio. That's because we used only one. We scroll down, only one tag to close it, so that should not be. Now if we hit refresh, we see the bio of that user. I am John, I am the coolest kid. Now let's scroll up back and let's add the profile image of John. So what we need to do that is right here. What we need is user profile dot profile img. So let's save that and hit refresh. That doesn't work because we need to say .url. So whenever we're getting an image, we need to say .url to get the specific URL of that image. Let's hit refresh. Good. So now we have the profile image of John, and this where we have, let's see, scroll down here, we have upload profile photo. We don't need this because we already have where. So if you come here, you see we have this. We don't want that because we already have where a user can upload profile photo in the home page. But this is working. So we have the username, profile picture, the bio. Now we want to have the amount of posts. We're not going to do for these followers and following for now because we haven't implemented that feature. We're going to come back to it once we have done that. So let's go ahead and say and configure this post. So let's search for where we have 11 posts. So right here, what we're just gonna say is, come back in here now. We see we passed user post length. So we're just gonna say we're gonna change this 11 user post length post. So the user has 2 posts. So what we can just do here also now is to use an if statement. So let's just and say if user post length dot post is equals to 0, then we can just simply say no post. Like this user have no post, and we can copy this again, and we can say if user post length equals 1, then we can say 1 post. Else, that means if it's anything more than that, then copy this and paste, then we can say posts. Now we have that. So now I should say 2 posts with an S. So we have an error. So user post length. So right here it says we didn't close the if tag. What we just need to do to come down where we have this and just basically close that if tag by saying end if. Now we save that and hit refresh. We have 2 posts. The next thing we want to do now is this profile, is this posts. So as you can see, we just have 3 lists of posts right here, but what we really want to have is the amount of posts the user has. Then it should just show the image, and when the user clicks on that image, it should open the image wider. So that is what we want to have, and let's go ahead with that. So if we come back in here now, what we're just gonna say, we're gonna scroll down, scroll all the way down to right here. So you can see we have 1, 2, 3. Just gonna remove that, and what we're gonna say is right here in this list, I'm gonna say for Let's say for posts in, and right here we sent user posts, all the posts in user posts. Let's just go ahead and end our for loop right here. I was saying for post in user posts, what we want to do is just to show the URL of that image, that post. We're going to remove all of these, and we're going to say post dot image dot URL. Let's save it and hit refresh. Now we see the two posts and those images. We click on it, it still take us to this image. So to do that, I'm just going to copy exactly the same thing and change it for here. So let's just cancel all of that. Let's hit refresh. Once we click on one, it takes us to the one for that. We click on the other one, it takes us to the full image of that. So as you can see, what we're just doing now is that we got everything we need, all the data we need, and then we just looped through it in here. Since we have all of this done now, we're pretty much done with this profile image. So yeah, now let's continue with the next part of this project. So in the template of this profile page, once we click on this image, it's just meant to like pop up a modal here that's going to allow us to like slide through all of the images users has posted. So that is not working. What is just happening is that it's taking us to the full image. So that means there is a problem somewhere. If we try to look for it, we'll notice that it's probably from the static, because all those type of stuff will for sure be done with JavaScript. So we should make sure we link all the JavaScript in here, and we scroll here, we'll see that this is just a plain linking without the static or the Django static template. So what we just need to do is to add static, and also close it right here. So once we have that and hit save, so let's wait for that to refresh. And now that that has reloaded, once we click on it, boom, what it just does down here, you see it says 1 out of 2. So if we scroll, it takes us to the next image. If the user uploads another one, it takes us to the next one. Now that's what's beautiful about this thing. So now the feature we want to add now is the following and unfollowing feature. Right now we just have those buttons. If we click on it, nothing is going to happen. So what we want to do is that once we click on this follow, we want the user that is currently logged in to be able to follow the user that is on this page. So that is basically what we want now. But first of all, let's go ahead and go to the home. And once we go to the home, let's just log out. So I want us to create a new account, and let's create tom@g.co. Let's give it a password and sign up. So now that we have that, we can save that. Let's just give it this default profile image and say I am Tom, an high school student, and I can say is located, let's say, in New York, and let's just hit save. So now we can go home, and basically we just still see the post of John. We can like the post, liked by one person. And what we want to do now is to be able to go to John's profile. So now we are in John's profile. The reason why I did this is because we want to be able to follow John from another account, because we were logged in as John and we were viewing our own profile. And later on, we're still going to change it that if I am logged in, I am viewing my own profile, I shouldn't even see this follow button. Like, I can't follow myself. That's impossible. So I shouldn't see that. We're also going to add that at some time in this video. But first of all, since we have this now, let's go ahead in coding. So we're just going to come back to VS Code. First thing we want to do is to create a model for this followers count. So I'm going to say class, and we just say followers count, and we'll say models.model, and this will just take two fields. First one will be follower, that's the person that is following, that dot char field, max underscore length. So what's going to go into this particular field is the username of the person that is following another user, and user now is the person that is being followed. Character field, max underscore length equals 100. So now let's just turn or show person that is being followed. That's the username of the person that is being followed. So return self.user. We can save this now and come into our command prompt. We're just going to go ahead and opt out of the server first of all. Then we're going to run make migrations, and then after making migrations, we just want to migrate the database. Let's run python manage.py migrate. That's done, and let's just run our server again. So as that is trying to run, we're going to come in here and we want to register this new followers count model. We want to register it in our admin panel. So we have to open admin.py, import that, and register it like this. So that's going to register it for us. And now if we come right here and we go to home, we should now see followers count. So this is just going to store the data of everybody following each other, who is following, who is being followed. That's going to store it, and later on we're going to be able to use that to get the amount of people that is following a user and the amount of people that user is following. So now that we have this followers count, let's now create a new URL. Now this new URL is gonna, so let me come back here. Once the user click on follow, a request is going to be sent to that URL to create or update that particular followers object. So let's come back here now. We're going to create a new URL, and this URL we can just make it, we can make it follow. So we can say views.follow name equals follow, and we can have a new view and say request, and let's just pass first of all, and then this we also need to be logged in before we can access following feature, before we can follow a user. Now let's just save that. So now that we have all of these, what we just want to do is to come into our profile page. Then we're gonna just wrap, this is already wrapped in a form, and what we're just gonna do is to have some fields and use this follow like as a submit button to trigger that request to be sent to this follow URL. And then once we do that, we're going to come here, get all those values, and then create an object. So let's come into profile, and as you can see, with the template already wraps this in a form, and since this is in a form already, what we can just do is to specify the method and the action. So we can say action first of all, as where is this going to. Let's take it to .follow/follow, and the method is post. Whenever we're using a post method, make sure to add our CSRF token. So now that we have all of these, what we just want to do is to come in here, right here, where we have this button. Let's just make that a part. So what we want to do now, first of all, we want to have an input field, but the type of this field, we want it to be hidden, and we want to give it like a value. of user.username. So what we're getting is a currently logged in user. Actually, we can also do this on the on the back end, on the views. Like when we trigger that button, once we come here, we can just get the currently logged in user. You can do it anyhow you like. This is just showing multiple ways you can do it, or anyhow you feel is more secure or that you prefer to run in your application. But we can also do it like this. Might not be as secure as doing it in the backend, but this is also another method. What we can just do now is to say name is equals to follower. So this is the person that is following another user. That's the currently logged in user. That's the authenticated user. I want to have another field also. So the other field is also going to be hidden, and this one is going to be user object dot username. So this user object is the user of this person we are viewing, the profile we are viewing. We're just getting a username, and then this one should be user. So since we have those two inputs now, right here, this button, we're going to make it the submit button. So we can just say type equals button. So since this is already been made the submit button, we are basically good to go, because this is already the submit button. That means when we click this button, it sends these two values to /follow. Now we can go to /follow and go collect all of these values. So right here in follow, first thing we're going to do is to say if request the method equals to post. First of all, let's pass. Then we can say else return redirect. Let's say to the home page. So if it's a post method, we're going to do what we want to do. But if it's not a post method and someone is just trying to access /follow without doing anything, just redirect the person to the home page. So now that we have that, what we want to do now is to get the follower as the person being followed, the person that is following someone else. So we can say request dot post follower. Now let's also say for the user, and that's request dot post user. So since we have these details now, let's first of all import that follower count model. Now that we have this model, we can come in here, and what we want to do, we first of all want to check if this person is already following, if the currently logged in user is already following this user. So the only way we can check is we're going to query the database and say, is there an object in which the follower is the currently logged in user and the user is the person that is being viewed? So if there's an object like that, that means that this user is already following that user and is trying to unfollow that user. Or if there's not an object like that, that means this user wants to follow this. So say if follower count dot object dot filter. Now I don't want to get one object, but I explained earlier in this tutorial why we are using dot filter. Dot filter, the one in which follower is equals to follower, and then user is equals to user. Then dot first, very important. So if this exists, we want to delete that. So we'll say delete follower. That will be equals to follower count dot object dot get, this time around, since we already know that exists, equals follower, and user is equals to user. So we're just getting the specific object in which this is true, and once we have that, I'm just gonna say delete follower dot delete. And now we can just return redirect back to the profile page of that specific user. But this is only if the person already follows and is trying to unfollow. But what if the person doesn't follow yet and is trying to really follow this user? We'll say else new follower is equals to follower count dot object dot create, the one in which follower is equals to follower and user equals to user. Now we'll say new follower dot save, and we're just also gonna redirect back to the page of that user. Now let's see. All this is working now, should be working now. Let's go ahead and test it. So we're gonna come in here. Let's first come to our models and make sure that and confirm that there is no object here. We hit the refresh button now and we say follow. So as you can see, it brings us back to this page. We don't get anything, we don't even know that we followed. We're going to do that later and show the user that you really followed this user. But if we come back here and hit refresh, to see a new object being created. So as we can see, a new object wasn't created. Come here, let's see why. Okay, it doesn't even give us an error here. Let's try to opt out of the server and run that again. And everything seems to be working here, so that should definitely work. So let's try to do that again. Let's first of all refresh this page. I think that was the error we did. We didn't refresh the page. But anyways, let's say follow. So now it brings us back to this page. Come back here and hit refresh. So as we hit refresh, it still doesn't update that, so it doesn't create a new user or anything like that. So now let's go back to our code and go see what's wrong. So if we come back here, we are saying if the request.object filter is there, then we just want to delete that follower. And doing that by followers count.object.get follower equals follower, yeah, and then we're deleting the user right here. And after that, we're redirecting the user to the. So after doing that, follower equals account dot create, yeah, and then we're saving this one this time around. And then after doing that, we're redirecting the user back to the page. So this should totally work. Let's just make sure our URLs specified correctly. So if we come here, let's see this form also works. So the action is going to slash follow. That works. And another thing we should check, we're using the CSRF token. We have these inputs, so everything should be working fine. Let's just go ahead and try that again. Now let's hit refresh and just, so if we over this, we're gonna see, if you look at the left bottom corner, bottom left, you're gonna see that it's as is linking to slash profile slash John, which shouldn't be. So there's like an a tag that is linking to that. Let's check that out if that's okay. So we see that this is in an a tag and it's basically linking to this page. So let's first of all clear that out. We don't want that to link to anything, we want it to submit. So since we have that cleared out, we can come here and refresh. Now we don't see that link at the bottom left corner. Now let's hit this follow. Let's refresh the page. Okay, let's wait for that to load and we hit follow. So as we do this, nothing happens. So first of all, let's see, nothing happens. So that means there's something wrong right here in our code. And what is wrong, we just need to check. So we have an a tag. We need this title, just clearing our code. And then in there we have this button with the type submit, as the style, and as the border also, text. So everything seems to be working, and this button should, let's see, let's hit refresh again, and let's try to click on the button. So I think we just need to change this tag. Let's see if it's a p tag. So that takes that away from there. But let's click on this button now and see. So that still doesn't work. We're just gonna try to do to see if this is linked to any class. Let's take that back to an a tag. So data repo. Let's see. Let's hit the refresh button and hit follow. So now that we don't have the data repo, it just isn't working. But what we can do now is just to take this out. Okay. So I'm sure some of you may have noticed the error while I've been searching for it. So there's nothing wrong with this data repo or the class basically. What is wrong is the type is meant to be submit and not button. Let's just try that out again. So allow this to load, and yeah. So now it brings us back to this page. That means something must have worked. Let's go back in here and hit refresh. Good. So now we can see that we have a new object. Follower is Tom and the user is John. That means Tom is following. That is what we want to see. Now that we have this, the next thing we want to do is to show the amount of users that this specific user has, the amount of users this user have. Now to do that, we're going to have to come into the views of profile. So we've taken care of a user following and unfollowing. Let's just test that one more time. If we click on this follow button now, and then we come in here and hit refresh, that's gone. Now I said we want to get the amount of followers and following, but before we even do that, there's one thing that is important that we do. So what we want to do is that once the user has followed this user, we don't want to show follow again. Now we want to show unfollow, so the user can know that, okay, this user is a user I'm following already, so I want to unfollow this user now. And another thing we want to do is that if this user is viewing his own profile, we don't want him to even see the follow button. What we want him to see is like a button that goes to his account settings, for example, so the user can go set his account. Now let's do that. First of all, let's make sure that if this user is himself, he should not be seeing the follow button. So we're gonna come back in here. What we're gonna do, we're gonna say come back right here. So no, not here, index as profile. If the user object dot username so if the user object dot username is just equals to user dot username, that means if it's equals to the currently logged in user, we don't want to show this. So else we want to show this, then let's end the if. So we've ended the if tag, and now what we want to do, just to say, instead of this button, gonna be a button also. What we're gonna do is to copy this, paste it here, and it's not gonna have a type button, and this a tag is gonna have where it's linking to, and that should be /settings. Save that. Now if we come in here and hit refresh, I'm only seeing this follow button because we are viewing the profile page of another user, but we logged in as Tom. So now if we view Tom, actually this should be account settings. Okay, now the reason why that is not account settings because we didn't change that here. Let's say account settings. And if we hit refresh, what we see now is account settings, and if we click on that, it should take us to the page where we can, let's see, if we over, this just brings us back to this page. Let's make sure that it's working. But if you look at the bottom left corner, we see that it's supposed to link to account settings. So yeah, so if we come back here now, what we can just do is to basically make sure, all right, so we don't need this. Gonna come here, no, not for here, it's for the account settings. Don't need the button, we just need the a tag. Now that we have this, we can hit refresh, and once we click on account settings, it takes us to the settings page for this user. Now we can go back to wherever we were, and we can view the profile page of John. Good, so this is what we want to see. So the next thing we want to see is to be able to change this to like unfollow when we are following the user. So let's come back here first of all, because this has been altered. So let's save this and see if that affects this button. That doesn't. Go back, gonna redo. Okay, so let's see. Let's just save that first of all. Come back here and hit refresh. This is the button for this, and then if we remove the button for account settings, let's see. Refresh. So that doesn't alter it, but if we go to Tom, that's how Tom's own looks. And if we come back here, good, so we have that settled. And what we want to do, as I said, is to change this to unfollow when we are following that specific user. For us to do this, we need to come into view. So now in this view, we don't need follow view again. What we need is this profile view. And one thing we want to get is follower equals to request dot user dot username, that's the person that is following, and user is equals to pk. So now that we have these two, what we can just say is if follower count dot objects dot filter follower equals to follower and user equals to user dot first. So if this is actually in our database, then that means the user is already following this user that is viewing. So let's say button text, we're just having a new variable, and then we want it to be unfollow, else we want button text equals to follow. So now we want to pass button text part of the context. So what we just did there was we checked if there is an object which has those fields, and if there is, that means the user is already following that user, so we want to unfollow. If not, should follow. So now that we have this, we can save it, come into profile. What we want to do now is right here where we have follow, we want to remove that now and put button text. So this button text now is dynamic. Is either it changes the text to whatever is basically in our database, adjusts. If we come back here and hit refresh, and we hit follow now. See now it changes to unfollow because we're following this user. We refresh this page, that's still there. So let's refresh, unfollow. So now we can follow. So that is basically working now. And the next thing we want to do is to have followers count right here. So another thing to do now is just to come into views, and right here I'm gonna say user followers should be equals to followers count dot object dot filter, the one in which user is equals to pk. What we're doing is that we're getting this followers count model and we're filtering only the one in which the user, now this user is the person that is being followed, so we're saying the one in which the user is equals to pk, and pk is the username of this user that we are viewing. So all the times that this user is being followed is what we want to get, and what we just want to do is to calculate the length of that. So now that is an integer which calculates the length, and we want to do exactly the same thing for the following. Let's come back to views. We want to do exactly the same thing and change this to user following, and now followers counts dot object of filter, the one in which the follower equals to pk. Now we have all of this. Let's also pass it in this context. And the user following. So now we have all of this in this context dictionary. We now come into this place, into the profile.html page, where we have all these followers and following. What we can just do now, these followers, we can change it to user followers, and this following we can change it to user following. Now let's go back and hit refresh and see what's up. So it says 0 followers, 0 following, but if I follow this user now, so it gives us an error of unbound local error at profile John, blah blah blah. It doesn't work. So what we just want to do, come in here, but we need to make sure where the error is coming from. So it's coming from user followers right here. So it says it's assigned before use. What we can just do, back to views. Okay, so it's because all of this we put it inside the else indentation, so inside the else block. That's why if we're having it in the else block, we're supposed to have it in the if block, but we don't even want it in there, so we just want it on its own. But now that should work, and let's just hit refresh. Now it has 1 follower. If I unfollow, throw followers back. Yeah, so that is working. Another thing we want to change is this follower. So if it's 0 follower, it shouldn't have an S. So let's just quickly fix that the way we've been doing it with the other ones. So what we just want to do is to come up here in the profile, and we're going to go to where we have these followers. Let's just distinguish it from user following. So now we're going to say if followers, if user followers is equals to 0, or user followers is equals to 1. Then if it's equals to 0 or 1, we'll just say follower. So 0 follower or 1 follower. Else, so let's copy paste this, and right here we will say else, want to add an S, and then we'll just and the if tag. Now we have this. We come here and hit refresh. Now we see 1 follower. We unfollow. This is 0 follower. So this is working. Now let me follow this user. So that means this user has 1 follower. So that means I am following 1 person. If I come to my account now, I see that my following is 1. I am following 1 person. So that is basically what we have achieved this profile section. So far we've been able to get the profile image, basically get all the details of the user, and we'll be able to implement the followers and following. We made the text in here dynamic, so if the user is following already, that should be unfollow, or if the user is not following, that should be follow. Now let's move to the next section. So at this point now, we are able to see a profile, a user's profile. We're able to follow that user. We'll see the amount of followers the user have, the amount of posts. We're able to see all the posts and all this good stuff. But in the beginning of this tutorial, when we come to home, we are just able to see the list of all the posts we have on this platform. That's all the posts we have in our database. That's what is shown. We're not customizing this feed for a user, and that is bad because we want a user to be able to see the posts of the people he is following, not just anybody's post. So right now it's just showing all the old posts we have on the platform, which doesn't really make sense. What we want to do now is to be able to customize this to be able to show only the posts that the user is, the post of the people that the user is following, basically. So that's what we want to do right now. So let's click on this. So the first thing we want to do, let's make sure that once we click on this and right here, it takes us to the profile page of the user. So we're going to come into index and we'll say user post.user. So right here, it should take us to slash profile slash post.user. So we can just copy that. We can just search for the other post.user. Right here. Now if we refresh this, should be able to go to the, that's good, and we are following this user. So now let's just go back to the home page, and right now we're going to come into the views of this index, and we actually need to do a little bit of tweaking in here. So what we're going to do, first of all, let's assign like 2 empty lists. First of all, so we'll say user following list. So this is the list. This will contain all the users that the logged in user is following, and let's just say feed. So this feed is also a list, but it will contain like the list. We're going to first query the database to get only the posts of the persons that the user is following, and then that is going to give us in like a query set, but we're not going to have to convert that into a list. So the first thing we want to do is to say user following equals to follower count dot object dot filter. We're just getting all the users, the objects of all the users that the user is following. So the one in which the follower equals to request dot user dot username. So that's the user following, and we use the follow and say for users in user following. What we just want to do is to say user following list. We want to append the username of everybody the user is following. So we say user following dot append users dot user, and that is good. So now we want to append to the feed list. So we'll say for usernames in the user following list that we have now, the feed lists should be equals to post.object.filter, the one in which the user is equals to the usernames. And let's just say feed.append. Now I want to append to this feed list. Now that we have that, this is like a query set now. I want to convert that to a list so we can look through it in the template. What we're going to do now is to say feed list without an s now, because this is a new variable on its own. It be equals to, now we're going to use a function that we need to import. So we're going to say from their tools for chain. So chain is going to be able to convert it to a list for us. Now we can't just use this, when we have feed, because what we want to do right now is to now convert this feed to a list. We can do something like list, then in there we have feed, but we can't just do that here. So what we want to do is to say list chain, and in there we have an asterisk mark, and we say feed. So now that we have this, we can just pass it into the HTML. So right here, instead of sending posts now, what we can just send feed list. Now if I come here and hit refresh, we make sure our server is running. So that's done. And let me come here and hit refresh, and let's see what we see. We still see this, and the reason why we see this is because this user is following John. So what we're going to do now, first of all, as Tom, let me choose a file. I want to upload an image as Tom. And what I'm just gonna do is put an image, put in a caption. I'm gonna log out and log in as John. Then I'm gonna follow Tom. Then what you're gonna see is that I don't see the images of John, which is myself. Image I see now is of Tom. So as I upload this now, you're going to see that it doesn't show here. It doesn't appear here because I don't want to see my image. I can just easily go to my profile. But I'm going to log out now and log in as John. Now that I log in as John and I hit login, you see I can't see anybody profile image right here. It's just blank because I'm not following anybody. But now if I go to /profile/Tom, you can see Tom has one post. If I follow Tom now and I go to home, you now see that I'm able to see the posts of Tom. So this is a very good feature. So let's just log out and log in back as Tom. So now John, I go in there, I unfollow, come back home. I can't see any posts because I'm not following anybody. But once I follow John, go back home, I see John's post. So this is what I want. Right now, we want to have a unique feature, which is going to be a downloading feature. This means that a user is going to be able to download the image he sees on someone's post. Like, sees this image and he loves it. This button here, once you click on it, you should be able to download that image. So right now, the button doesn't do anything, but let's go ahead and add that feature. Come back to VS Code right now, and we'll go to index. So this is actually very simple and fast. What we're just going to do is to look for where we have that button. So we have it, scroll down. No, it's inside the for loop. So that's how we know. And this is the caption. We have as a caption. Caption is down below, so it should be before it. So right. What we're just gonna do now is search for where we have SVG image. This is for the like, and right here is for the download. What we just want to do is to have this go to this post dot image dot URL, but we don't just want it to go there, because right now if I save this and hit refresh, if I try to click on this, what it's just gonna do is gonna take me to that URL. I want it to download that URL for me without even going away from this page. Very easy. With HTML, we can just add download right here, and we leave it blank. So that is just gonna do that first. Come here and hit refresh. Now if we click on this, you're gonna see that it's gonna download that image for me. So as you can see at the top right corner right here, something is about to start downloading. So as you can see, that has been downloaded. I can open that file here. Just gonna open that in a new tab, and that is downloaded. So that's just a feature I wanted to add. Thought it was cool. And let's move on with the project. Now what we want to add to our website is the search functionality. Let's just go ahead and refresh this page. So now if we want to be able to search for something and hit enter or press the search button, and then it should bring results corresponding to whatever the user searched. So let's go ahead and do that. First of all, as we can see, once the user inputs something, we don't even have a button where the user can click search. So let's fix that first of all in the UI. We're gonna come in here now, and before we do that, I just want to say that I brought in the search.html from my template. So if you have been watching from the beginning, you know that there was no search.html here. I just brought it from my template, but you don't need to worry about that. All these files are going to be in the GitHub link, so you don't need to worry about that. Now what we need to do is to come into index.html, and right here actually where we have header inner, we want to have a form, and then we're just going to close the form. So we should be able to have a form here before left side here, and close the form somewhere around. Scroll down here, right here. Now that we have that done, next thing we want to do is to come into the fields. So if we scroll right here, see that we have this type of text. We want to give it a name of username, and since we're giving it a name now, next thing we just want to do is to first of all remove this particular search that is beside it. We don't want to search there. What we want to have is search after it. So this should be like in a box, and like a search button after it. Let's go ahead and do that. So right here we do not need this. We do not need any of this. And what we can just do is to say button type equals submit, and we can close that button. And now we want to use an icon here. So first of all, let's comment out this div tag. We don't want this to be in this div tag, just so it won't affect this. So we want it to be like outside that box of this header, because if it's in that div tag, the changes we're making is not going to work. I'm also going to show you that. So now what we just want to do is to come into that search.html that I imported, and right here we want to copy this. So what this is It's basically just the same thing. Once I run the search.html, you see that it's very, the header right here is very similar to the header of the index.html. But in the search.html already has like its own form tweaked. So that's why we can come in here and just copy what we need and paste it right here. One more thing we need, since we're using that icon, we need to import it. So I'm just gonna link CSS, just scroll up, and right here paste. So now that that is done, if we come here and hit refresh, we should see that we can search for something and we can hit here to sub. So if I come in here now, and as I said, if I don't remove this from this div tag and I hit refresh, now you see it's just not looking well. So that's why I removed that from the div tag. Having that said, let's also leave a space right here. Let's have and NBSP. Hold on. Copy that, paste. Let's have two of it. Once we hit refresh, now we have a good space beside it. So that is good. Now we just have this name of username and this submit. What we want to do in this form, we want it to go to the action URL. No, the search URL. We want the action to go to the search /search. We want this action to go to /search and with a method of post. And once we're using the post method, we need to add a CSRF token. So now we know that there is no URL named search. So we need to go ahead and create that. So let's just copy paste. We'll say search. I'm gonna come in here and create a new view. Search. Done. Render. Request. Search.html. So we can save that. Let's also give it this login required. Save that also. Now let's make sure that our app reloads successfully. Once it reloads successfully, test it out. Come back in here now. Hit refresh. If I search for JO and I search, it takes me to this /search page, and now it's just showing search.html. So as you can see, it's not really showing any result now. It's just showing this dummy data or this static data that we put in the search.html. But now what I want to do is that it should show a result that is correlating to whatever the user search. Now for us to do this, we're going to have to come into this views.py. We're going to have to get the username that the user sent. So if we go by whatever the user input, we need to get it here. To save request, the method equals to post. If the post method, we say request dot post username. That should be username. So we basically just got the username, and then what we want to do next is to filter the data. So when we filter the data to only any username that contains what the user search, we just send it back to that page. So what we want to do now, say we're gonna get the user object. So this is just because right here we can see it says welcome Tom, which is good, but right here it doesn't show the profile. So if we go back to the home page, it shows the profile of the user. So we also want it to show the profile. We are just gonna say user object equals to user dot objects dot get, the one in which the username is equals to request dot user dot username. And this doesn't really correlate with the search form, but we just want to take care of that now. And since we have that user object, what we just want to get is the user profile be equals to profile dot object dot get, the one in which the user equals to user dot object. And if I pass this to the HTML, so right here, actually what I want to pass is user profile, not user object. I come back here now and hit refresh. Now you see that it shows update that. So that is taken care of. Now back to searching. So if the method is equals to post, get the username, and then we get the, we'll say user name object, and that will be user dot objects dot filter, one in which the username underscore I contains equals username. What this is doing is that we're getting a list of all the objects in which whatever the user search is contained in the username. So if the user search for, if the user search for TOM, then what it's going to do is that it's going to go into our database, look for any user in which TOM is in the username, and it's going to return that into this variable. Now that we have that, let's first specify two empty lists. So say username underscore profile. We have the object, let's get the profile. The username underscore profile underscore list. Now remember that we have to convert it to a list. So let's just have that also as a blank list. Now we'll say for users in username object, user name profile, so we'll say here, right here, username profile dot append. What we want to append is, so what we're doing is, for users in username object, we'll say username profile dot append each of these users dot id. So we want to get this one using the id this time around. So now we want to say append users dot id. Now that we have their id, we'll say for ids in username profile, that's each of the id that we get. We now say profile list should be equals to profile dot object dot filter, the one in which the id user equals to ids. So the one in which the id user, if we come into our models, we go to profile, we'll see that we have a field name id user, which is the id of the specific user which is being talked about or used right here. So right here we have id user equals to ids, and we'll say user name underscore profile underscore list to append. Now we just want to append profile lists to it, and now that we have that, we can just say username profile list. So now we just want to update that with itself, but this time around converted. So we'll say list chain, and then asterisk of the username profile list. It should be profile asterisk of the username profile list. like this. So now that we have this, what we can just do is take it into like this. So we're taking it into search.html. So we're taking it as username profile list. So if we have that, we can just simply come here into search.html now. We're going to scroll down and we're going to loop through that database. What we're going to do is we're going to scroll down, and when we scroll down, actually is in a section right here. So we're going to say for let's say user that's in username profile list. Let's end the for loop immediately after that section is closed. So end for. Now that we end that for loop, we can now use this to customize it. So what we want to do now is to get the profile image. So we'll say users dot profile img dot url, and then want to get the username. Say users get the username dot user name. So if you come into profile models, actually if we come into these models, we have to say user dot user. What we can just do right now is to say users dot user, and after that we're going to do the same thing for location. Say users dot location, and we'll do exactly the same thing for the bio. Good. Now what we want to do is that once a user clicks on any of these, you take the user to the profile page of that user. So now we'll say slash profile slash user dot user, and let's also do the same thing right here. Good. So now we have this done. Let's now come back here. Let's go to the home page. Right here now, let's search for JOH. Once we search for that, so it says I contain, but chat field or join not permitted. So if we come in here, it should be I contains with an S. Let's just close that. Now let's try that again. Now let's say JOH. Boom. So as you can see now, it says John Toronto. I am John. So it just shows us the bio, the profile image. Good. And we can go to the profile of that person. Now let's search for like Tom. Now we can see we have Tom. It gives us the profile image, the location, and the bio. We can go to the profile of that user. So this is basically what we have, and this is how to build a very simple search picture. So we can search for JOHN, and now it just shows us that we have one user named John. This is what we want to do. Now, last feature we want to add is the suggestions feature. So this right here has been with us since the beginning of this project, and what I want to do here is just to say users you can follow, and it's going to recommend users that you are not already following and users that is not you. So it's just a very simple algorithm we're going to use. Anybody that you're not following, it can recommend it, and as long as that person is not you, which is a login user, it can also recommend it, and it will do that at random. So it's just randomly going to pick different people for you to recommend. So let's just go ahead and do that. So we're going to come into VS Code now, and what we want to do is to open up this index. So we don't even need this post again right here. Let's just come here. Let me give it like a comment and say user suggestion start. Now, first of all, I want to get all the users in this platform on this platform. So I'll say user.objects.all, and I'll have the following all. So this is just an empty list, but what this is gonna be is all the people that the user is already following. That's what I want to do. So I'll say for user in user following. So remember that we already have this here, right here. So I'll say for user in user following, user underscore list equals to user dot object dot get the one in which username equals to this user dot user. Now we can now say user following underscore all dot append user list. So now that we have this, what we can just do now is to say new suggestion list. So what we want to suggest now is the people that this user is not already following. So the new suggestions underscore list now equals to, now this is gonna be in a list, but in here we're gonna have like a for loop, so it's like a specific style. So say x for x in list all users. We're just converting this all users query set into a list. So, and then we say if x not in list. So you might already understand where we're going with this. Following, so this is just the user following all. Just open and close this. So you might have already guessed what this is. So this is the suggestion list. So it's looping through the list of all the users and saying if this list is not in this list, then that is the new list. So it's just getting all the list of the users we are following and removing it from all the users on the platform. So now that we have that, the next thing we want to do is to remove the current user from this list, because what we have now in this new suggestion list is all the old users on the platform that we are not following. And as you know, we can't follow ourselves. That means we're also part of the suggestion list, and we can't suggest ourselves to ourselves. We can't suggest a user to himself. So what we just need to do is to make sure that we remove the current user from that list. So we'll say current underscore user to be equals to user dot object dot filter username equals request dot user dot username. And we now let's have like a list, but like for the final suggestion. So let me see, let's name it final underscore suggestions underscore list. Now should be equals to x for x in list, but now in new suggestions list that is not current user, and we just say if x not in list, and what we just say is current user, current underscore user. So we're just saying that this current user must not be in that list. So it's basically eliminating current user from that list. And then what we can just do to make sure that all of these in square brackets, because it's a list. So on square brackets, that's close right there. So now that we have this, what we can just do, since we have this final suggestion list, now this is just a list of everybody that we are not following and that is not us. So now we just have that unique list. But now if we pass it to the front end or to the template and we say we just get like, let's see, yeah, want to get like 5. So if we just get like the first 5 or something, that means that's the same thing that's just gonna show only those people are gonna be suggested. But what we want to do is to shuffle that list that we already have and make it random. So like once we even refresh this page, a new random list of suggestions comes up. So to do that, first of all, I have to import random from here. So say import random. And then right here now, after this, what we can just say is to say random dot shuffle this final suggestion list. So we want to shuffle this final suggestion list. And once it's shuffled, what we want to get is the final, like just 5 from that list, 5 from that shuffled list. But since before we get that, we don't want to get that now. What we can actually do, since we already have this list, we can pass that list into the HTML. But before we pass that list, what we want to get is the profile object of each of these lists, because right now from here what we have is the user object. So we need to get the profile object so we can return the profile picture, the username, and maybe the location or the bio or something. So that's the main thing we need to get. This is just a step from getting that. So let's go ahead and say user name underscore profile equals to empty, then username underscore profile underscore list be empty also, and we just do similar technique to what we did in the search. So say users in final suggestions list, each of the users, then we'll say username profile dot append users dot id dot id. Now that we have that, I can now say for IDs in username underscore profile, we'll say profile underscore lists equals to profile dot object dot filter id underscore user equals to IDs. Now that we have that, we can say user name underscore profile dot underscore list dot append profile underscore. So now we have this. What we can just say is let's have a new list and say suggestions underscore username underscore profile underscore list. So the suggestions, the username profile list goes to list chain. We have to use the asterisk sign here, the username profile list. So this is what we need to do. Now that we have this, we can just pass that into, if I come here now, copy this is the final list, is being shuffled and everything. What I can just do now is to say suggestions username profile list. That's a weird name, but and give it that, but we get only first 4. That's how to just get the first 4, and then we save it. Now that we've saved it, we can come into the index, and right here in the index, what we just want to do is to scroll. So we want to, let's search actually. Let's search for, let's move to, let's just move down instead of searching. So that's all the way down, because what we're looking for is these users you can follow. So this is it right here. We do not need this. And then good. So I think this is it. So what we need now, just to loop through this basic. So we have fresh, and right here you can say for suggestion in suggestions username profile. What we want to do with each of these suggestions, first of all, let's, okay, so what we're supposed to do first of all is just to have one of it, but let's end the for loop here. So we just need one. Let's remove this remaining three right here. Just remove this. Do the same here. And we do exactly the same thing here. Now that is good. If I hit save and press refresh, I'm just gonna see this 4 times. So it says list is not callable. So let's come back here, and what we just need to do is right here. This doesn't need the two curly braces, you just need one for this and one to close this. Now if we save it and then we go back here and hit refresh, let's make sure our site is running. So now you see that it works, but nothing is showing here, and this is because remember we got all the users on our platform and we said basically it should render the ones I'm not following and the ones that are not me. So the ones that is me and the ones that I'm not following is basically everybody on the platform. So that's why it doesn't have anything yet. But let's see. So let's come back here, come into index. So for suggestion in suggestion, what I can just do is to say suggestion user. I'm gonna save it, and then right here I'm gonna hit refresh. So still the same thing. What I'm gonna do is to come here and then unfollow John. Now that I am not following John, if I go back home, hit refresh on this home, boom. Now you can see now that it recommends John for me, since just because I'm not following John again. So this is actually what I want. So if I follow John, it won't recommend John for me again. So what I just want to do is to go back to follow John /profile /John. Let me follow John. Once I come here, it doesn't recommend anybody because I'm following everybody on the platform. But now let me log out, and what I want to do is to create a bunch of accounts. So I can say, I don't know, Tomi at g.co, your password, sign up. So is logged in. I am Tomi from the UK, and right here we can just say London. Now we can save that, and once we come home we have an account for Tomi, and you can see that Tomi is being recommended John and Tom because she isn't following any of those users. But we're also going to change this to the profile image of the user, and these followers we're just going to put like the bio or something. So for now, let's just log out again and create like two more accounts. So let's just say Henry hrg.co, and let's have password, and let's wait for that to create. So we remove that. Let's say, hey, I am Henry and you should know that. And let's say New Jersey, and we can save that. We can go to the home page, and now it's been recommended Tom, Tammy, and John. So let's just go back, log out, create a new account. Now let's just create Jasper arg.co. Let's give it a password, submit, and now let's just say Jasper here, and let's say I'm from LA. Now let's just save that and go to home. So it's been recommended Henry, John, Tammy, and Tom. So one thing is, if I refresh this, you see it's random. Now Tammy is on top. If we have a bunch of people, like 100 people, it's just gonna be picking them randomly. So now let me log out and log in back as Tom. Now you see that I'm being recommended 3 people. Being recommended Jasper, Tammy, and Henry. Now let me go back and finish that up. So right here in suggestion.user, let's change this to suggestion.bio, and also where we have this follow, we want it to be view user, so it will take them to the profile page of the user, and then once it takes them there, they can follow the user right there. Right here now we can just say slash profile slash suggestion.user, and one more thing is the image, so we can just say suggestion.profile img.url, and it can be going to slash profile slash suggestion.user. So now let's save this, come here and hit refresh. Okay, so now as you can see, we have this Henry, I am Henry, and you should know that. We have Jasper here, we have Tammy, I'm from the UK. So we have all this good. We can go ahead and view Henry. He doesn't have no follower, no post, doesn't have anything, but we can support him and follow him. And now that we're following him, if we come to home, we don't see Henry there again. We are only being recommended these 2 people. But now if Henry creates a new post, we're going to see Henry post right here. Now we've been successfully able to add these suggestions right here. So this very simple and basic algorithm we built right here. So I hope you understood everything we did to this point. We're pretty much done with this project. So let's just go like look at the project, like give it a final review, but just recap on everything we've done. So right now you can see it suggests me to follow a user named Jasper. We added this feature where it just suggests us random users. If I follow Jasper now he has 1 follower. We also added his followers and following style. So now if I go home, it doesn't suggest me Jasper again, and it also shows me the posts of the users I'm following. So if Jasper that I just followed, if he uploads a post, I'm going to see it in my feed. So we customize the feed for only the users we're following, and we can like posts, like it. If you liked it, like by 1 person now. If you dislike it, no likes. And we can also click on this John, and then it's going to take us to the profile page of John, and we can follow or unfollow him. It's going to show us the bio, his username, his profile pics. And if we click on images he posted, we can just slide through all the images back to the home. And we can also use this search functionality. Like, we know we have John, so let's say we are looking for John and we just search JOH. We hit search. Now you see that it brings us John, gives us the location and this bio. So if we click on that, we're gonna see profile. And we also added this where a user can upload a pics and choose the file and the caption. Right here we also have this account settings where you can change his profile picture, change his bio, or update his look. So this is a basic walkthrough of everything that we did in this video, in this course. So there is still a lot that can be done to this project. So but I hope with everything you've learned and the knowledge you've learned from this video, you can customize it and also add your own features. If you want to do the comments or you want to do anything you want to do, I hope with what you've learned you can be able to do. Thank you for watching or taking this course and finishing it up to this point. Thank you so much.